Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. We're going to be analysing, like it says in the title, some Zhu Xi gameplay from all the high level players. We're going to learn, I'm going to learn as well. And yeah, first game is Vortex here. Yep, first game is Vortex here versus I don't know who. And yeah, I was going to do it on my own, but I thought why not do it in the video and make something out of it. So let's get into it. Yeah, just for the record, I am Diamond 1, you know, so I'm going to be learning too, you know, and yeah. Look at his record, man. 43 wins and 3 losses with a 93% win rate. That is good. That's like really good. Vortex is like hot at the moment, isn't he? He's like doing really well. Like he's on peak form at the moment. So anyway, yeah, we've got the normal basic opening. Everyone understands this opening. He's going straight in the middle, crossing over. Is that a diagonal cross? Yeah, I think he's just doing a normal scout. Just standard play. Yeah, so this is going to be an episode that I do sort of like alternative build orders. I'm a Zhu Xi fanatic. Like it might change at some point, but at the moment I'm just a sushi fanatic. A Zhu Xi fanatic. So yeah, will be a lot of this from me commentating / analysing over gameplay with Zhu Xi really at the moment. So yeah, if that's what you're into, check out the channel for lots more of that sort of stuff. And yeah, let's go. You know, this is just normal. Everyone knows this, right? We all know this. He's got 8 on food, 1 on wood. Why has he got the 1 on wood? Usually you go for gold. Oh, what? Did he not do the drop-off properly? I think he might have messed up the drop-off. It looks like it. He went straight up behind the enemy's base and just done a normal loop around. It's not right what you would expect from a Zhu Xi opening, but I guess because he's versus Japan, you have to usually go towards their base just to see if there's any Dark Age stuff, but he didn't really check on that. He's got 3 on wood, which doesn't really suggest he's going to build a mining camp. So he might be doing the thing that Zhu Xi players are doing a lot now, and that is just using the IO to gold for gold. This is kind of like new. So he's probably like experimenting with this new meta at the moment where you don't go for a gold, you just, like we're seeing, he's just force dropping off to get that mil to 40 ASAP, and then, you know, getting the things, you know, getting the gold, delivering it. But now, I think, is that 4 he sent? I think it is. I think that was, no, 3, is it? He sent 3, I think that was 3, to build the med gardens. And now he can build a mill. So he didn't get any gold on the age up. How many did he put on wood? How many did he put on food before he put some onto wood? Okay, there's a mill all of a sudden. I didn't see that mill. Did anyone see that mill get built? I didn't. Right, so he's got, yeah, normal opening, you know, 3 on gold. He's got 5 on food. The rest are on wood. Sorry, that was my alarm. Anyway, right, we've got 5. Yeah, 5 on food, 4 on wood, 3 on gold. What map are we on? Where does it say the map? It's Dry Arabia, yeah. So Dry Arabia. 6 on gold. Oh, that's because he's rallied the med gardens over to gold. He's got 2 IOs at the moment. I think he's still rallying to wood. He's got 5, 5, 6. Nice and easy to remember. Yeah, he's rallied to wood. Yeah, Vortex is a beast at the moment. He's really doing well. 566. He's sort of saving wood. I think he's just going for pro scouts, and then he's gonna drop a stable down as well. But you know, I don't really see the point of saving the wood. Why not? Oh, it's so you can get the pro scouts instantly, and then maybe do the stable now. Yeah. And he's supervising the stable now. Bit strange. Why not supervise the wood and then go to the stable? You know, do a force drop or whatever. Anyway, we've got 8 on food now, so he's rallied onto food. We're only having. Is that 6 on wood, or is that 7 on wood? I think that's 6. 6 on wood, 4 on food, 9 on gold. No, 9 on food. Sorry, 4 on gold. This is my first game. You know, I'm just warming up with the analyze commentary. You know, it's my first one today, so let me sort of warm up and get into it, you know. So that's 10, 6, 4. He's obviously building scouts. How many scouts has he got? Is that 3? That's 4 including the original scout, but 3 are pro scouting. Now that's 4, so just 4 is enough. He's got 11. Yeah, and now he's got he's still getting wood for something, probably like a barracks or whatever if he needs to defend. He might just wait and see what the opponent attacks with, and then he'll respond like that instead of scouting the opponent maybe. 7 now to gold. He's got enough resources for a production building if he needs to drop one, and now he's just trying to hit castle, yeah? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. He's keeping the wood there as, like, just if he needs it sort of thing. He's not going to bother scouting or maybe wasting the wood on a barracks if the opponent attacks with... I don't know. You know, barracks is usually a good choose though, isn't it, with Zhu Xi. So now he's only got 3, like, he's not got a wall or anything. Right, anyway, the pro scouts are left untouched. They're not being attacked. He's got 3 pro scouts. He's going for castle age. He's going over to the opponent's scouts now, or is that just queued up for later? He's just queuing up the whole scouting thing. Oh, he's got a horseman. I didn't see that horseman. Where'd that horseman come from? Anyway, I fucking phone. I don't want to answer that. Right, right. Mount Lu, is it? Or is that the, I didn't see that. What one is it? Is that a second stable? Right, he's got, I think that's about 7 on the age up. Or 8, 7 or 8. He cancelled that second stable. It is the Mount Lu. He's still got 9 on gold, because he's going to need a lot of gold for, yeah, 12, 5, 9. Pretty good. Quite basic, bare bones, normal Zhu Xi, building the relics, you know, quite normal. This is quite classic. Yep, rallying the knights. This is all basic Zhu Xi, innit, you know. This horseman's doing his thing. He's gonna let the horseman take that damage just to get the kill. I think that was worth it, yeah? Well, if Vortex thinks it's worth it, then I think it's worth it. Still very classic, minimal, 0 fat Zhu Xi. didn't spend anything if he didn't need to. See me, I probably would have just gone, oh, I better put a barracks down in case he attacks my pro scouts, so I've got a barracks there to produce. But he didn't do that. He saved the wood, realised he didn't need to defend the pro scouts, and then was like, I'll use that wood to get a mosque, you know? Or whatever they're called. They're all different, isn't they? I don't know what the Zhu Xi ones are called. Is it monastery? Yeah, it's probably a monastery. But is it? Because the Shaolin monastery is a landmark. Anyway. Right, yeah, we've got the knights doing some work, doing their thing. Classic relic game. Yeah, we got adverts, people. You know, Twitch has adverts. I'm not paying for Twitch or whatever. But yeah, we can quickly think about what was going down. That was the most basic Zhu Xi. The only thing that was different for me was not going on gold, instead doing the forced drop-offs and having a little bit extra wood, you know? He was having a bit extra wood there, and then he can build the lumber camp pretty quick. Also, you don't get harassed on gold, so we didn't need to search if it was a Dark Age rush really from Japan, because even if it was, it wouldn't have been a problem. In fact, it probably would have been well good for him, you know? If he done that opening, didn't go on gold, and that guy's Dark Age rushed him, it would be like an absolute waste, you know? So it would have been good for him. So I like that opening, and I'm going to practice that next time I play. I'm just going to say, fuck it. No gold. What's going on now? We're getting a blacksmith. We've got loads of knights out. We're getting the relics. We've only on one stable. Blacksmith's coming up now.
Okay, James. I need you to do a few more drops than you.
It's the classic.
Carl needs to find another driver for his expanding courier business.
Fast castle, really, isn't it?
To lighten the load.
Any issues, give me a call.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
Yeah, it's the classic fast castle.
Indeed you do.
Nice little forced drop off there, so he can go supervise the blacksmith.
Easily, all on Indeed. To start hiring, visit indeed.com/try today.
Nice pickup. Can't complain. I don't think that other guy's done any damage to him, but he's done some damage, so you know, it's a big thing, isn't it? 2 kills, veal kills, very good. Taking a bit of damage on his knights, but whatever. I think the 2 kills are worth it, aren't they? Definitely. Yeah, he's got quite a lot of knights. I think he can outmass his opponent, I think. And Zhu Xi got the attack speed because he just got dally horses. Right, barracks has come out. He's decided a barracks is worth now. Why? I don't know. Is it for spears? Or is it just like good timing or something? Anyway, 16 on food, 12 on gold, 7 on wood. Like, quite a balanced eco. Getting arrow defense. I don't think the Japanese player pro scouted, did he? He's got the numbers here. This is a great fight for him. That's great job doing that. Pushing away his knights like that. That's fucking high level, that is. Look at that. They all got away with a scraped skin of their teeth as well. That's really good. And grabs a kill there. That's some high level shit. What's he been building then with that barracks? He's got 2 barracks now. He's going for spears, right. He's got 3 relics at least. It's good versus Japan, isn't it? Is that 4 relics? Oh wow, there you go. Picking off the guys. Very nice. This is like, I think, a great demonstration on a good fast castle, isn't it? This is against Japan as well, another Civ that also fast castle. It's a bit like a race. It's like watching a drag race or something like that. That should be the nature, I think, of the game as well. A drag race. It is like a race. AOE, there is a very race-like element to AOE that I don't think maybe gets enough attention. You know, certainly a race element, like a drag race. It's certainly a race to the top or whatever, isn't it? You know, a race to getting your eco online, a race to the relics, and all that. Right, he's leveling up his spears. What else is he doing? Like, what is the purpose of this as well? He's got a balanced eco. He's been leveling up his spears, but I don't think he's been producing many. Who can heal then? What was that healing thing? Okay, he's now building spears and lancers. That's still sitting on 2 barracks, 1 stable. Oh, I think he's protecting the pro scouts for the fact that they've gone over to attack the other guy's deer. So he wants to sort of have spears to, you know, like guarantee the defense of the pro scouts, maybe. I think that all that stone he's got is from Med Gardens, maybe. Yeah, it is. Oh, he's using a monk to heal up his knights, which is pretty high level, isn't it? The fact that he can pick away them knights like that, heal them up, is massive. It's such a small little nuanced thing that's difficult to do, so 90% of us will not do it, you know, because it's too fiddly, but it's massive. Dropping that there is also massive, you know. It's another little tiny nuanced thing that's just big, because then you haven't got to lose your little guy, you know, your monk. This is how you dominate Fast Castle, and then Castle Rush. We could the Castle Drag Race. Like I don't. Zhu Xi is so complicated and so versatile that you sort of like forget that Zhu Xi can kind of do it all, yeah. You know, like, because when you think of Fast Castle relic civs, I think of like Japan, you know, or like HRE, but Zhu Xi can do it too, baby. I mean, Vortex's dive looks a lot better than that other guy's dive. Ivan. It is arguably it's a top 5 player versus this guy who's up rank 900 nearly. So. Right, yeah, we've still got our mass of knights, and they are a nice mass because he's done a great job at healing them. I think he saved like 5 lives. 5 knight lives he saved, you know, and then healed them back up with his monks. Massive. And now he's got the mass. Because them 5 knights, if you minus this mass here, and you minus 5 knights, it's big. It's a big difference. And look, now he's a beast. Boom, that guy has been eaten alive, man. Vortex is a fucking heavy metal biker. Bad start. Wait, I'm not even laughing. He doesn't know. He wasn't ready. I don't think he knew who he was fucking up against there. Do you know what I mean? Bad start. Yeah, he probably did have a bad start, and that ain't gonna fly around here, boy. Right. So I was thinking, yeah, because like I love watching Fei Chan's matches. And this Bit Coulson, he makes you pay to watch his videos, but you know, I know Fei Chan lost here, and most people would probably go, oh, don't watch it if it's a loss because you're going to learn how to lose, but I think not at this level. Like, you can still learn a hell of a lot from watching her lose, you know, because, you know, but there's still a lot to learn there, still a lot to pick up. So yeah, and I want to learn the Zhu Xi versus Japan matchup, because it's quite a awkward one for me. I come up against a lot of Japanese and I struggle with Japanese quite a lot, so I want to get quite a bit of intel here. Like, even if it's a loss, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this level, do you know what I mean? I've watched Wei Chan play Zhu Xi before on the previous video, and phenomenal. Like, phenomenal. Watching Wei Chan's base building and all that shit is really, like, amazing to watch. Let's see. I mean, Vortex was just so clean in that last game. Like, he was super clean. You know, like, that was no fat on that bitch. You know, there was no fat on that bitch. It was just good, perfect, machine-like work. You know, like, of course he won. You know, like fucking hell. But we'll see how Wei Chan, what she gets herself up to, because very entertaining a person to watch, and creative and non-meta, and usually you learn something, I think, watching Wei Chan. Even if it's a loss, it doesn't matter, you know? Because you can watch that Vortex game, but good luck learning too much from that game, because it was so fucking clean, it'd be hard to learn. But, you know, like this, you can learn a lot, maybe. You learn more from losses anyway. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's what they say anyway. Anyway, hope you're all doing well, people that are watching and listening and enjoying. I hope you're enjoying Zhu Xi and enjoying the learning process of Zhu Xi. Hey, I love Zhu Xi, yeah. Zhu Xi's my favourite Civ, and I'm sure Zhu Xi's probably your favourite Civ too if you're watching this. So, yeah, you know, let me know in the comments what you love about Zhu Xi. For me, I think my favourite thing about Zhu Xi is, at the moment, the palace guards. At the moment. Right, so see, this problem wouldn't have happened with Vortex because he wasn't on the gold. Yeah? This delay wouldn't have happened. He would have just been aging up with the normal mill and already getting wood from a straggler tree. You know, it just shows that, actually. So whenever I play next against Japan, or anyone that might Dark Age rush me, I might just not open on the gold and just do the same thing. It's not hard. You just got to force drop off by clicking on all your vills, telling them to drop off, and just keep on doing that, innit? And because let's say 8 villagers drop off, they drop in 8 gold, and then they pick up 1 piece of meat, drop off again, you get 8 gold again. So it's quite easy to get to 40 gold. You only have to do like 5 drop offs. That's a lot of vills on an age up. Is that because, yeah, that's because of the Dark Age rush. It's quite creative thinking, good improvisation there, you know? Because me, I'd probably be like, oh, I've got to build it really close to my base and accept the shit meditation gardens. Wei Chan's like, nah, boom, here's a bit of improv. AOE's got loads of improv. Look at that tower, man. That's so improv. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Wei Chan is a phenomenal. I'm a new fanboy of Wei Chan. Like, very creative, very intelligent, very improv. You know, that tower. Who would think to put that tower there like that? I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't. Putting a tower on a meditation gardens, and getting the resources, and maybe putting a stone on there or something. Do you know what I mean? Upgrading it. Man, that's some shit right there, boy. How the fuck she fucking do that? You know, I wouldn't do that. That's some improv. And creative. And that's like, I think that's like valuable as well. You know, like I think a lot of people they value the vortexes, they value the beasties. You know, a lot of people just only value who is number one. You know, like, or something like that. You know, and I'm not that type of guy. Do you know, I'm a fan. I love to see your beasties, your vortexes dominating and like really like your Max Verstappen type motherfuckers, you know, that are really on the fucking edge of things. But I also love this as well, you know, seeing like a really high level skilled player who isn't trying to do that, instead is trying to do other things, like an artist, you know. And I feel like Fei Chan's a little bit like an artist. Right, gathering the berries. Had the age up. It's just on food and wood, really? Why food and wood? Oh yeah, because the Dark Age rush, gold has become kind of a problem. So we're going on, But what happens if he just attacks again with the spears that are alive? He's run off, but how do we know he's not, you know, like still lurking around? So we're aging up. Now we've got 5 on gold. Well, we are going to have enough for a tower very soon, you know. There we go, we've got enough for a tower now. Are we getting a tower, or are we going to build a tower if we have to, sort of thing? But then would it not be too late? We're scouting. He's building another barracks, a blacksmith there.
A few more drops than yesterday, I'm afraid.
Carl needs to find another driver for his
and there was another barracks, so that's like double melee.
Who'll really help to lighten the load.
Any issues, give me a call.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
Now we're...
Indeed.
Indeed you do.
We're on a castle type of macro, but
all on
we've got loads of food.
To start hiring,
and nowhere near enough gold.
/try today.
I don't know, I sort of get the sense that Fei Chan maybe isn't perfect at dealing with this sort of thing. Maybe. A little bit flustered by it. Am I alone in thinking that? Definitely deals with it better than I would have, but you know what I mean? And there we go, that's fine. Are we getting tower upgrades or not? Well, this guy's Dark Age Russian days are over, and we are now proceeding into the Castle Age, which is a definite now. We're definitely hitting that Castle Age. We're fully macroed for that. Are we going to keep that macro so we can just start producing gold units, or are we going to get some wood so we can... Are we going for the Shaolin Monastery? Because I was going to say, we're going to get some wood so we can get a monk thing, you know, and start getting the relics, but we're going with the Shaolin Monastery. I don't like the Shaolin Monastery. I love the monks, but I don't like the fact that, you know, like whenever you click on all military and you select all military, you end up bringing your monks back. It's so annoying. And then I know what people say, don't select all military, you shouldn't use that ball. Well, I do use it. Right, we've macroed now off of gold because we've got company. Yeah, we're getting the relics for the monks. We are getting some deer. Bit risky, it's a bit out there, isn't it? You know, bit out there on the vulnerable, but I mean, got to be done. Shaolin monk. Oh, Doing a 2v1, yeah? I don't think you need to, really. I think Shaolin Monk beats the shit out of Samurai, right? Look at that, Shaolin Monks uniting, baby. Brother! No, how do monks say brother? You know, what sort of brother is it? Like, did they say brother? Shaolin monks? I swear brother's kind of like a monk thing to say, is it not? Yeah, like Brother Stuart. Oh, it's kind of like a Western thing, actually, isn't it? Like priests. They say things like that, don't they? Priests. Brother Ben. Right, we've got 2 monks out and about, and these monks are to be respected. Don't fuck with the monks. You know, like they're harder than they look. They put out some good damage. And I don't think the monks are in people's heads as much about, you know, can I win this fight or not? You know, like people don't instantly have quick math for monks, I think. I don't know, he just looks hard and he's bald and he's got a stick. I'll stay away from him. We'll fight another day, monk. Right, we're getting relics. Man, this guy's circling with a load of samurai. See, I feel like I would get dived here and end up losing. Oh, this is fucking mission. I mean, you can produce an army of monks, can't you? But how many relics are we going to get? Yeah, we're getting a lot. Sitting on quite a lot of food. Got 300 wood in the bank. See, me, I would think, oh shit, I need to put a barracks down. I need to put an archery range or something like that. But a lot of these higher players they sit on resources, you know, like, and that's kind of like quite a nuance thing, isn't it? You know, like, when you're new, you always sit on resources when you're like new to the game, and people tell you don't sit on resources, spend your resources, spend your resources. But then, you know, now you get into this higher level and now people are hoarding a bit more resources, you know, for what they might need in the moment, you know, and it's kind of like a nuanced thing, isn't it, that only really comes with time, I suppose. Got loads of monks. I think we got a good amount of relics. We've got at least 4, and there's another one that's quite close. Could be all the relics, because he's still in feudal age. This guy, still in feudal age. We've got 500 wood. You know, that's crazy. I know I'm right when I say most of us would have spent that wood by now. You know, we wouldn't be sitting on them resources like she is. You know, we wouldn't be sitting on them resources like that. That's some weird shit that I don't understand right there. Using it now to build double tower. That's what I mean, like saving it for the correct moment, you know, and what you actually need in the moment. Most of us are just following build orders in our head. You know, like Valdemar said to put down a barracks at 2 minutes 5. Anyway, I think we've got all the relics. Building walls, nice walls. When you can. When you can. Just doing what you can when you can, sort of thing. Why is this guy with a relic moving over here? Are they looking to fight? They're like, let's go. Under the towers, with the monks. We're going to activate a fucking wall of law. Get the vills in the tower. This is crazy. What is going on here? Oh yeah, she does lose, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, I can see what this is a loss. Should have had the vills in the tower a bit sooner, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why that happened there. That was a bit of a weird one. And now it's sort of like she's lost any hope. Got 5 relics though. That's a good thing about doing Fast Castle with Zhu Xi, and the fact that you've got IOs. And do you know what? I've been sitting on one IO this whole time. I've noticed that a lot as well. They do that. They sit on one IO. But if you watch a Beastie video, or if you watch a Valdemar tutorial or something like that, you know, they always like, oh, you know, you got to get this at that minute, that next, get this next. They're just sort of building a basic build order for you, but it doesn't really work, I don't think, at the higher level. You know, you got to improvise, didn't you, and sort of like play the game properly. This is cool though. What is that fucking Springald? Double Springald, really? Saving for the Springalds. Saving for the Springalds. Springalds and relics. What the fuck? Oh my god, the fucking Vils are here. Body block for the Springalds, yeah? Oh my god. He's just going fully melee units in. And just hoping to get some converts or whatever it is, you know, and get some samurai to help defend. This is crazy, man. And it's nearly working. Not even the GG. Quite a lot of shade was thrown there. But oh yeah, like I said, like to any of the skeptics out there, when I clicked on this and was like, oh, it's a Fei Chan loss, you should only watch the wins. Have I proven it? You know, did I not just prove? We probably learned a hell of a lot more about Zhu Xi from watching that one than we did watching the Vortex one. The Vortex one was just a super duper clean, perfect example of Fast Castle gone right, you know. So you still obviously, that's still pristine and good, but that Fei Chan one was great. The same time, I feel like if we watch another one of these on the same sort of day, it'll probably be a similar strat. We could watch this one. Look, this guy's got 2,000, nearly 2,200 elo. That's like the same as Vortex. So must be a high player. Who the fuck is Revin? It's like some. Who is that? Ravane? Anyone? Oh, it's an Arab. They've got Arab handwriting. It's like an Abbasid player, an Abbasid main. Oh shit, my tea's cold. Oh yo, before this game starts, before we go into another commentary, and on pause, listen to one of Glenn Barnes' songs. And everyone, I've got an announcement. This is we've had 2 new Glenn Barnes songs added to the mix. Here comes the latest and greatest Glenn Barnes song to the mix, King and Queen. Links in the bio if you want to visit his YouTube channel.
King and queen, forever in a dream, in the light of the summer sun, blown by the breeze, blown by the breeze. They are content with where it leads, with where it leads. In the light of the setting rising sun. Soaking in a love is seen, a love is seen. In the light, in the light of the rising sun.
Glenn Barnes, King and Queen. I hope you enjoyed. I personally really like that song. It's a good one. I really appreciate that song, and shout out to my dad for letting me use it, you know, because I like it a lot. Very talented, my dad. Underrated and misunderstood a little, I think. You know, like, because I've dealt with his music for quite a while now. I've really got to grips with his vibe and his flavour and his vibration and stuff. And yeah, my dad's underrated, man. Like, he's underrated. But anyway, let's get into this next game. Analysing Pros. I don't know who this guy is, but he's got like a 2000 ELO rating, and he's an Arab of some sort. Maybe it's Numidan. I see the name Numidan there. Might be him. He's pretty high up there, isn't he? Probably more likely to be him than some random unknown Arab. But there's a lot of Arab writing there. I don't know what that writing's called, but I like that writing. It's very nice looking writing. I really like that writing, actually. They've got cool writing. So is China. Our writing's a bit boring, isn't it? You know, compared to theirs. Theirs looks really exotic. Ours looks just like robot writing. You know, but that is very plain version. I love handwriting. When I was a child, I used to really enjoy sometimes really nice looking handwriting, because I've always had shit handwriting, you know. And whenever I see, like, a lot of the time, like, women have really good handwriting, and I sometimes say, like, wow, you've got really good handwriting, you know. Like, I like seeing good handwriting, you know. It looks nice. I always thought I would one time maybe learn to have good handwriting, but it's not necessary anymore. It's more like I'm a good texter. That's more important now, isn't it? I've got better texting. But yeah, if handwriting was still important, you know, probably would have it by now. Yep, that's my coffee. Anyway, sorry, I'm back. Right. Scouting pattern. Just to think, pretty much a normal scouting pattern. Nothing particular. Just goes to the side and goes down and comes up the middle. You know, like I always imagine Zhu Xi players maybe have a bit more of a unique scouting path because you're going to want to find the meditation gardens, isn't you? Like in your local area. But you know, I'm not seeing that from these pros. Or maybe it's just not worth it. You know, maybe. Oh, I mean, that's a good one. Maybe he saw that early and was just like, but did he? I don't know, but that's a good one. That's an absolutely fine one. Right. We didn't. I don't think we got. Have we got somebody on the gold, or did he do the same opening that Vortex done, where we don't go on gold, we just go on the mill? No, yep, we're on gold, and we've got a house. So why have we got a house? Must have maybe done it different, a little bit different. You know, maybe he didn't do the drop off correctly or something like that. Maybe he messed it up. That's what I mean. Like, these guys aren't scouting their opponent. Like, I guess Rus doesn't do any sort of Dark Age early aggression. Like, if you're up against like Japan or English or something, it's good to run across and make sure that they're not Dark Age rushing you. Right, he's still sitting on one IO. What's he building now? Stable. So we've probably got pro scouts on the menu. We've got 4 on food. Now 5. 2 on gold. And then probably the 2 that are building the meditation gardens are probably going to go to gold after that. And then 8 on wood. And we're just keeping 8 on wood and we're rallying the rest to food. So 8 on wood's a good number. The rest is on food. This guy, it feels like, is following a build order, doesn't it? This guy feels a lot less improvisation and in more he's building a build. He's following a build order. Yeah. Oh no, the med guys have gone, I think, to food because he's almost got 300 gold and he's just going to have 2, and he's got 300 gold now, so he's going to get pro scouts. He's already got 2 scouts because he had quite a lot on food. You know, he had quite a lot on food, so he could start producing scouts. He's supervising the scout building, I think. Is he supervising the scout building or is he supervising the food? I feel like it makes sense to supervise the food because so many on food. And a lot of these pros stay on one IO, I've noticed. All of them stay on one IO or 2, you know, and you know, but me, I'm always like, as soon as I get another IO that can run around and gather that gold, I'm like, yep, boom, get another IO. But clearly it's not the way. Clearly there's a reason not to do that. Anyway, we're already online in the pro scouts. I think he's got 3 scouts. And we're going straight to castle, if we can. If the guy comes over and attacks, we've got quite a bit of wood. Oh no, we haven't. Why is he getting horticulture? I think that must have been a misclick. Why has he got horticulture? That's got to be a misclick. Surely. Is it just for the sheep, maybe? Maybe for the sheep, you know? Because the sheep are there. Maybe he got a lot of sheep. Bit of a weird one. How much is horticulture? Might not be that much. Might be worth just getting it, you know? Anyway, we're going straight to castle. We're pro scouting straight into castle. He's probably going to go for Mount Lu. I've noticed when people go pro scouts castle, they usually go for the Mount Lu. But if people go for a fast castle, they usually go for the Shaolin monks, and then after they pro scout. you know? Yeah. Oh, no, he went for the Shaolin Monastery. Okay. Don't listen to me. Cool, he's already putting the rally points. I don't ever do that. I only do the rally points when it's ready, you know? But I will start doing it next time. Next time I play, I will remember, if I've got a moment, I will set the rally point before it's even made. Okay, and we're supervising again knights now. We're going to be getting knights, baby. Knights and Shaolin monks. Shaolin monks are getting the relics, the knights are going to get map control. Knights are also going to help defend the pro scouts. I think as well, we're up against the Rus. We've got to keep that in mind, who we're up against, what map we're on, you know, things like that. Because it helps understanding their reason. Oh, they pro scouting, so we're getting knights as well, so we can attack their pro scouts. This guy isn't stopping that from happening, which is a bit of a rookie error for this level of play, I feel. Usually they always are on top of everything, you know. Right, we're getting blacksmith. We're grabbing that, that's nice. This guy's just hit an age up. We getting any more relics or no? He's doing pro scouts, relics and knights at the moment. He's barely got any on gold, wood. Everyone's just on food and gold. I've noticed that as well. These pro players are very minimal. Like they're kind of like minimal and not a lot of fat on what they do. You know, like nothing seems wasted. You know, everything sort of. If they don't need to do it, they won't do it. Do you know what I mean? Like because me, I'll build a barracks just to defend my knights or something, like, oh, I'm going to need a barracks because he's going to do this or something like that. But they don't do that. They build it when they need it, you know, like, oh, he's definitely do it, I'll build it. Because I always thought, how do these pros know what to do without scouting? And I always thought, I guess they just sort of like know what the opponent's probably going to do, and they kind of just like add it up in their head. Oh, he's probably going to do this. But I've learned from watching these that
any squad can get behind.
They
Spotify.com.
kind of just like react on the spot. Like, oh, okay, he's bringing spears over. I'll build an archery range. You know, like they just, oh, look, there's some spears. I'll build an archery range. They don't really need to scout everything. Do you know what I'm saying? Alright, we're still on loads of food. 10 on gold. He's rallying over to wood now. He's still getting the relics, still pro scouting. And now he's sort of like, because he's pushed his opponent in his base, he knows he's got the map. He's just doing a bit of damage on the house. He's getting blacksmith upgrades. This is all very standard play, but done well, you know. It's very clean, a bit like the Vortex game, you know. The same sort of thing. This is, I think this is optimal Zhu Xi at the moment. It's yeah, pro scouts, fast car for pro scouts, castle age. Yeah, get the blacksmith upgrades for your knights. Win the fight with your knights because you can produce so many knights at a crazy rate. You're going to get a mad timing where you just get a lot of knights. So really push that advantage, take advantage of it like he is here. Get veal kills if you can. Get a lot of damage done because this is your moment. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. You know, this is your one moment. So get the most out of it. Yeah. Right, that's 3 relics. Did he only get 3? I would have thought he would have got more with the Shaolin Monastery. And, you know, I thought he would have got maybe more. But he hasn't discovered the whole map. Oh, there's 4, yeah. And the other one might still be in darkness. But I think he's gonna let the opponent have that one. What's his plan now? Where do we go now? What's the next move, Chief? Where are we going? Yeah, still looking to get damage done with our knights, getting the most out of our knights, not having idle knights. Very important. We have got 9 on wood now. 13 on wood now. We're getting off of the wood, are we? We're getting a lot on wood. Why are we getting a lot on wood? What do we need? We've got 4 IOs. This guy's got 4 IOs, yeah. Okay, we're still in Tang. What's that he's building? Right. What's he buying? He's still buying loads of knights, I think. What's he going to accompany? A lot of people have been accompanying knights with siege. A lot of these higher level players have been putting like knights and springalds, things like that. Well, I know he's going for a Yuan. Ah, lovely, lovely. You gotta love a Yuan dynasty, baby. Especially if you get especially if you get 3 relics. Getting 3 relics. Castle Age. Use your knights. Push them in. If you feel like you've got good map control and you've got a lot of relics and you've managed to pro scout quite efficiently, then look to get a Yuan dynasty. You know, like don't go too crazy on the units. Just have enough units to sort of do damage, keep them in their base, keep them on the defensive. Get a Yuan dynasty, baby, and then get the Padogas down, and then start getting the income from the Padogas and play on. You know, because having 3 Padogas is a massive economic advantage. It's like having, I don't know, like 10 villagers or some shit like that, you know. It's like having loads extra villagers, you know, because that's how you got to think about these meditation gardens, Padogas, you know, and these sorts of passive incomes. They're kind of just like having a villager advantage, isn't it? It's like having extra villagers if you want to make it a bit more easy and simple. Look at these Padogas, beautiful. Right, now he's done that. He's achieved the Yuan dynasty. And the Padogas are being put into their spots. He's still got a lot on food. He's probably going to be looking to go for a Song dynasty because the Pro Scouts is going to run out at some point, you know. But that's another important thing about not going too crazy with the buying all the units and going a bit too crazy, you know. Because you want to sort of manage your food a little bit, I suppose, maybe. I'm guessing a bit there. So what is he doing now? He's getting military thing. Oh, look at them beautiful Padogas, man. I love seeing them. And now we're going for the Song dynasty because he's going to go for that farm transition. He hasn't got the sacred sites, which is probably a mistake from him. Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it was a mistake by him. He just done it, so. It was definitely next on the list of things to do. What's happening now? What is happening? Well, he's got a lot of knights and horsemen. Why has he got horsemen? Is it because his opponent went for them guys, the horse archers? Is that specifically why he done it? I don't know. Really? Weird spot for a for a granary, but it's kind of safe, I suppose. A little bit closer to the TC means his farms are a little bit safer. And he might have some sort of like plan on how he's gonna do his granaries, you know. Because you don't necessarily have to get all of the complete farms, you know. You don't need to have like the granaries taking up a massive amount of space and perfectly done, you know. Granaries, even non-perfect granaries still do a good job, you know. Like a lot of horses, a lot of knights, a lot of horsemen. Why? I don't know. If this guy goes into spears, I guess he's gonna go for. I don't. Yeah. Why hasn't this guy gone for like mass spears? You know. We're building a village next to our farms, also making less room for farms. You know. I don't know how I feel about this guy's granary. Like Fei Chan done an absolutely beautiful granary. The granary was amazing. The base building from Fei Chan was perfect, you know, and this guy's a little bit more, I don't know, like he's willing to be a bit messy. Do you know what I mean? With his base. Fei Chan's base was like, fucking beautiful job, you know, good job. This guy's like gone with a very raidy type of build, hasn't he? Like loads of horsemen. But I'm guessing that's to counter the Rus specifically. But this is very classic Zhu Xi play. Nothing weird here other than the massive horsemen and the odd granary. Yeah. Such a shit granary, man. See, these people are using select all units, but then they're just holding shift and deleting the Shaolin monk from it. Which is something which is something that I'm going to start to do. When I next play and I click all my units, I'm not just gonna go, oh, click all units, move. Instead I'm gonna go, click all units, delete the Shaolin monks, and then I'm gonna move. That's a lot of fucking horsemen. This guy's Theoden. This guy's Theoden from Lord of the Rings. I'd love to remember that speech. How does that speech go? It's a banger though. I think that moment in Lord of the Rings when Theoden gives that speech with all them horsemen, when Rohan comes to help Minas Tirith. Is it Minas Tirith? Gondor. It's fucking epic. Gives you the shivers. It's got to be maybe the #1 speech of medieval things ever. I think it's got to be the best medieval speech ever. He's just letting them 5 villagers die. He's not even caring. Temple of the Sun, yeah, so you can get the bonus 20% on all horses. Definitely is a good idea. You get nothing from the library at the moment. Well, you'd get nothing from the library at all, even if you got any of the upgrades other than the fire one, which gives you horsemen, fire, lancers. I feel like that upgrade would be good if it gave it to your lancers as well. You know, that would be good. Fire lancers. Not that Zhu Xi needs a buff, but look where he's just built his Temple of the Sun, like blocking more of the granaries. You know, that I think that's a mistake. That's definitely a mistake. You know, it's okay. Getting some boar action because he's got shit granaries. And he's just going mass horsemen and mass lancers. think, to deal with the Russ's comp, which is a lot of horse archers and lancers. I think the horsemen are faster at maybe chasing down and damaging the horse archers. He should be ashamed of those granaries. What's he going to get first? He's going to get the extra IOs. That was the first time he got one of them upgrades from there as well. Why did he run him away? Why didn't he? Yeah.
Play the music the moment is calling for, whether it's turning up the party or winding down to relax.
Look at his granary game.
Curate the day's
It sucks.
soundtrack with ad-free
It
music
fucking
listening
sucks,
and
man.
offline downloads on Spotify Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Well, I think this guy's doing a barracks transition now to get some spears to deal with all the horsemen, but I feel like all the horsemen are gone. Oh, he got a GG from that. Oh, it is Numadan. Oh, no, it's not, because Numadan is who he just beat. Okay. So, this guy is Rivane, whoever that is. Bit of a weird player, a bit sloppy if you ask me, but clearly he's really good, you know, but yeah, he's definitely a Muslim of some sort with that name Abu. Rivane. Have no idea who that guy is. Okay. I want to try and get some more content really for studying. We've already on the previous video, if this is your first time here, we've already got done Enlightened Horizon. We've got a nice Enlightened Horizon build order. We've done Altai, Black Forest Gatto. No, we didn't do that. I want to see what else is on the current map pool. Isn't Carmel? Yeah, I think Carmel's on the map pool. What one's on the map pool with this? It's Four Lakes? No. Oh, I don't play it anyway. Gorges. I think we've done some gorge. Hillendale we've also done. Lakeside? Marshland. Isn't it Marshland? Where's my phone? Okay, the current map pool is... Yes, Sunken Lands. I think that's one that I want to look at. Yeah, let's look at Sunken Lands. Yes, Wham, nice. Versus nice as well, KT. Will be very good to see Wham versus KT because I often struggle with KT. Okay. So this is going to be Zhu Xi versus the Knights Templar on Sunken Lands. This is how Wham himself would play Sunken Lands with Zhu Xi versus Knights Templar. I honestly think that I do that beginning part a bit better than him. Like his was very fiddly. You know, I'd do it all in like one quick fucking motion, you know? I know that is a bold statement, but I still feel like I do it better than him. Mine was like, I just scrape my blocks across, click on the tree, press the key to control my scout and move him in the middle, and that's that. You know, it's like one, boom, 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 done. He was like grabbing drag boxes and shit. Straight across the map, checking what his opponent's doing. I think his opponent was building something there, right? Like, was that a dock? No, was that a barracks? We're going for a house again. What is this house opening? Why are they going for houses? Did he do it wrong, maybe? Or are they going for a house so they can keep that 50 wood for a lumber camp? Their micro is just so good. It's like, I feel like they've got like a better mouse or something. You know, it's like they've got better mouses or something like that. Look at that shit, man. Like, I don't feel like I've got that much mouse presence. You know, like, they've got really good mouse presence. I was raised on the Xbox, you know, I'm a console gamer. You know, these PC gamers have like got great mouse control, and I just haven't, you know. Like, yep, right, Dark Age Rush, he was building a barracks. Dark Age Rush, and now that mine is kind of useless. Again, the vortex opening works, doesn't it, at the beginning of the video where he opened without building a mine. That is a garbage Med Gardens. Right, we've got 3 on the Med Gardens. 2 on food, yeah? Wham always does that. Look, he always drag boxes, clicks, drag boxes, clicks. Is it just like drag box control practice or something like that, probably, isn't it? Hi mum, I'm on TV. You see that guy quite a lot. He's always in the higher level games. Right, he's got 4 on... Oh, he's going over to a different gold. Bit of a risk. He's been tower rushed. He could be just doing the... He could have... If he'd done the vortex open, he wouldn't have had to have built that mine. But there's got to be a downside to doing that, surely. Bit more micro as well. Right, we've got 6 on food, 5 on wood. A lot of them go for 6 on food. See me, I always thought it was 4 on food, and then you get like 8 on wood, and then like whatever on gold, like 5, yeah. And you for pro scouts. But a lot of these players are going with 6 on food, and then 8 on wood. And then, you know, they're getting enough gold for pro scouts, you know, because you need a bit extra food so you can get a few scouts early. Right, we've got 6 on gold now. He's getting a stable straight away. And that's what I mean, like if you get a stable straight away, while you're getting the gold to get pro scouts, and if you've got 6 on food, you've got a lot. You've got a lot of food to buy scouts and just start getting scouts early, even if they're not supervised. And now he's going with 10 on wood because he needed that 300 or 150 wood because he was sitting on that 300 gold for the good timing, you know, for the fast timing. He's sitting now on 3 on food, 4 on food, 10 on wood. He's going with a bit extra on wood than usual people. People I've noticed have gone with an 8 on wood. Why is he going with the extra wood? And what's with the 4 food? How many IOs he's got? He's got 2. What is that? Was that a state? Was that a... He needed... oh yeah, because he's been tower rushed. Because he's been attacked. He needs wood so he can produce a barracks and units and stuff like that. He's been getting gold. He's going to get an archery range to deal with. He's got 14 on wood. He's building something else. Probably another production building. Yeah, he's getting a second archery range. He's going to get some Zhuge to deal with this. Right, now we're sitting on 12 on food, 9 on wood, 2 on gold. Is this just to sort of create a Zhuge mass? Is that what this is for? Is he pro scouting? Yeah, I think them scouts are up there doing a bit of pro scouting, but they are under attack, which is troublesome, isn't it? Bothersome. But he's just sending in to get some different ones. No, okay. That annoying little guy. He's lagging. That's not me lagging, that's him lagging. We've got a horseman, I think, to chase away the annoying scout that is doing everyone's head in on the pro scout. We're massing up a lot of Zhuge. Still sort of like macroed for Zhuge macro. You know, just wood and food and some on gold. He's got a third IO, one to collect taxes, because he ain't got a lot of gold. Building a barracks now, yeah? Yeah. What's he gonna go with, like palace guards? Maybe spears, I don't know. Well, probably spears, if the opponent does build into horsemen to fight the Zhuge, you know? He's got a little raiding force. He built 2 horsemen. Nice little thing to remember. You know, to when you're in many situations, like whenever you're being aggressed on by your opponent and you're building up your defense force, try and squeeze in a few horsemen and send them on a counter attack, because you know it's just it feels kind of counterintuitive when you do it, but I think you've certainly got to get in the hang of it. See, Wham is being quite normal with the IOs. You know, a lot of the other players I've been watching, you know, they're like sitting on just 1 IO, and it feels quite pro that they're only 1 IO, you know. But Wham he's going kind of like what I would say is what I've come to expect from Zhu Xi. You know, like you get a second IO here, you get a third IO there. And yeah, like Wham for me, when I'm watching him play this game, it's quite like easy to see, easy to understand, you know, like yeah, getting an IO here, it all looks kind of normal to me, you know. But some of these other players, they're like, you know, like sitting on 1 IO and stuff and just doing a few weird things. Right, that's not looking good for Wham there. That looks pretty rough. I think that is rough. That is bad for Wham. I think he marched them palace guards out to their death. That was bad. I think Wham knows that was bad as well. He's checking the chat to make sure he's not getting abused. Right, we're building up more palace guards and some spears. Now we're moving over to a different wood line for some reason. Is it because archers were on their way? He saw archers were coming, he knew they'd get harassed, so we're moving them over here. This guy's attacking, yep, but a village is there. Using villages like that is sort of quite nice. I wouldn't say I'm very good at that, you know, doing convenient villages. Instead of tower, because it's 2 for 1 in it. It defends your villas on certain resources and it provides you the housing. So instead of just building a random village, you could build it next to a gold or something like that. It's kind of like having a tower but not having a tower, isn't it? So he's still sort of defending. We're on a defensive type of playstyle. This guy's being aggressive again. Wham's defending, making sure that he doesn't lose much. Yeah, booming / defending. You know, a defending boom. These are his pro scouts, I think, and I think he might just be sending them that little force maybe to defend the pro scouts. This hasn't been an easy game for Wham. This guy's been aggressive. He's put him in. He isn't letting him have it easy. He's attacked his pro scouts, and they're both in the feudal. You know, this happens. People are aggressive, and you know, like sometimes, like you want to get to Castle Age and have a nice boom, but you know, people are aggressive, and sometimes you're going to be stuck in feudal age doing this type of thing. You didn't really want to do it, but you will do it, and you're going to win it. Just play it cool, man. Right, that tower's finally gone, which means that all them deer are available. Uh-oh. The horsemen have gone in. He done a nice little IO switch to make sure that he can spam out the units he needs. Good trade for Wham. And now we're pro scouting all them deer. That is amazing. How are all them deer even there? Oh, I think that was just his deer pack that was close to him. So this map is the one where, yeah, this map's this one, where you get that little corner pocket full of, deer and resources and stuff. This is Sunken Lands, okay. And he's still got a decent force. He isn't counter-attacking, you know, which is what I wouldn't expect. I would expect, okay, he's just won a fight, now counter-attack and push with units, but he's not doing that now. He's getting all his deer that he needs to get that boom going, baby. I think he's going for castle. He's got loads of spears, he's got loads of Zhuganu, and he's going for castle. So is High Mum as well. They're both probably going for castle. he's getting specialised pick, which is a good one with Zhu Xi, isn't it? Specialised pick, it's nice. I think specialised pick gets forgotten about, for me anyway. I forget about specialised pick a lot. It's never in my mind. Double broad axe and things like that is. Oh really? That was GG, huh? Why was that GG? Well, he just got ahead. Wham. Won quite a decisive fight. That guy was kind of all in and it didn't go very well at all. You know? Wham didn't lose anything. That's what I mean. Like, if you have impeccable defense versus aggression like that and you don't lose nothing, you know, and you are play very, very clean and tight, and they throw away a lot of units trying to be aggressive and you defend perfectly, you know, like, you are just ahead after that, and they usually surrender because, yeah. Well played by Wham. Very well played by Wham. Right, we could try another one on Sunken Lands. It would be very nice to watch some. I think I've already seen this game though. Yeah, I have. Zhu Xi versus China could be a good one, and a different player. I don't know this player. Yeah. Haven't watched the China one yet, but I'm gonna go grab a cup of tea and get, you know, because I've got a bit of a dry throat from all this talking. This guy versus China. He looks smart, he's got glasses, I trust him. Right, I'm gonna leave you with another one of Glenn Barnes' new songs added to my mix. This one is called Nearer the Sun. If you are interested in any of Glenn Barnes' music, please check the link in the bio. It's my dad's YouTube channel. He's a good musician. Go give him a like and a subscribe. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Like a flower, sucking on the power, sucking on the power that is mine for free. But I'm not just a taker, I give back to the maker. It may not be the fashion, but it works for me. Every day my thought for the morning is I will not be broken. I fight my fight and follow my calling, find myself a place nearer the sun. Yes, look at me. See, I'm free and I'm near the sun. Yeah. I'm good with my position, with modest acquisition. I don't need an addition to make things right. I don't waste my time wishing there's nothing that I'm missing. Just love and bread and water is good for me. Every day my thought for the morning is I will not be broken. I fight my fight and follow my calling, find myself a place nearer the sun. Yes, look at me. See, I'm free and I'm near the sun, near the sun. Every day my thought for the morning is I will not be broken. I fight my fight and follow my calling, find myself a place nearer the sun. Yeah, look at me. See, I'm free and I'm near the sun. I said yes, look at me. See, I'm free and I'm near the sun. flower, sucking on the power, sucking on the power that is mine for free. But I'm not just a taker, I give back to the maker. It may not be the fashion, but it works for me. Every day my thought for the morning is I will not be broken. I fight my fight and follow my calling, find myself a place nearer the sun. Yes, look at me, see I'm free and I'm nearer the sun.
There you go. That was my dad's song, Nearer the Sun. Good song, I like it. Yeah, remember to check out his YouTube. Anyway, we're getting back to another video. We've got this guy, Elona, versus Chinese guy. So, Zhu Xi versus China. We're going to see what we can learn from this. And so yeah, we're going to see what we can learn and see how this guy plays Zhu Xi versus China on sunken lands. Because these are useful, you know, like it's nice to know this shit, you know, at least have some sort of map on how the pros have done it before. Because if you don't have any idea on how to play Zhu Xi versus China on sunken lands, you know, like you're just gonna guess really and just pick something random, you know. But if you've got some sort of like good idea of what the most optimal one is to go for, then you know it's a good thing, isn't it? Right, so I think he's doing normal. Dropped it off, getting a village. I don't know. Oh yeah, he's going over to the gold. So this is very normal. This is all very normal stuff from our bearded friend here. Harry Potter with a beard. This is all very normal. Strange scouting pattern. I don't know what it is with these people and their scouting patterns. They've got weird scout patterns. There's got to be like an optimal scout pattern, surely. Like whatever the best Zhu Xi scout pattern is. You need to see the meditation gardens. You need to look. He's looking for his opponent's meditation gardens. Why? You know, you need to look at your own. Right, yeah, remember he's up against China.
Fan armies have squad goals, but you have ad goals. That's why Spotify's Ads Manager lets you choose.
Would be
the
nice if I had
objective that
more
works best
money.
for your
I
campaign.
would probably invest my money
your
in
ad to reach the most people.
in getting
Or
you know,
increase the number of
getting
fans who click
Spotify
through
so I
to
don't
your
have to
website.
listen to adverts all the
Whichever you
time.
pick, advertising on Spotify is a choice any squad can get behind.
But at the
Learn more
moment
at
in my life,
ads.spotify.com.
it's just not worth it. I think suffering the adverts is a lot less costly. Yeah, you know, I don't like his med gardens. Look at that, man. Like that's crap. If he would have done a bit of circling around his base, he would have at least maybe had a better med gardens. You know, even just a little bit, maybe just half of your base. You know, this guy didn't do any of his own base. He went to his opponent's side of the mountain and scouted all that. I don't know. I guess you're taking sheep away from your opponent, which is good, you know. If you've got a good meditation gardens already, you know, like when you spawn and you go, oh, there looks like a decent med gardens. You know, you probably can go to your opponent's side and try and take as many sheep as you can from them, and then maybe like do your own area like he is now. Because he's trying to like play the I'm gonna take your sheep game, you know. I'm gonna get more sheep than you, yeah, which is important, isn't it? but you know, I think at the cost of a good Med Gardens. You know, it's a bit, I don't know. What's the point of playing Zhu Xi if you're not going to fucking get a good Med Gardens? Anyway, we're getting the Med Gardens. This guy loves sheep. He's a Welshman. Why is that? Why have the Welsh got that as their like a funny stigma sort of thing? It's probably not even true. You know, it's probably more true in other countries like Ireland and Scotland. You know, like I'd say they're more farmy than I've lived in England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, and I would say that Ireland is a lot more farmy and Scotland than Wales. You know? Wales is just like England, but with Welsh people in it. With a few mountains. Right, so anyway, we is that stable that he was dropping? I think we got another Pro Scouts. Yeah, Sunken Lands. It's a good map for Pro Scouts, I think. It's not like great, but it's still good because there's 2 deer packs close to your base and a deer pack in the corner, and then there's also 2 deer packs to your opponent's base and in the other corner, so quite a lot of deer. And yeah, so it's good to Pro Scout. Like, I think most Zhu Xi players Pro Scout on most of the maps, but sometimes it's at different timings. Sometimes they Pro Scout first, like they are here, but then sometimes they go for that fast castle age and get the relics first and then Pro Scout afterwards. You know, which is, so if you're a Zhu Xi player watching this video, you know, like having a few of the different builds written down and practiced so you can do them like that is pretty important, you know, because let's say your opponent is Order of the Dragon or HRE, and you know, you're probably going to want to go for fast castle first and then get Pro Scouts after, because you want to get them relics. You know, you want your Shaolin Monastery, you know, to get the relics quick, and then after that go for Pro Scouts. But and if you haven't really practiced it or done it before, it might just feel a little weird for you and you won't have that confidence. But if you practice it a few times, you've done it then and you get confidence enough to do it again. But it's always hard to do things on your first try, isn't it? Right, this guy's got a barracks. Why has he got a barracks? Has he seen a reason to get a barracks, or was that just a barracks, you know? Did he just build a barracks, you know? Like, just as his build order type thing that he always does. Because that's a mistake. That's not the thing that Vortex would do, you know, or them level players. They hold on to they hold on to the wood until they know what they need. But maybe this guy, look, because we got spears coming. You know, he could have done Zhugenun, but he wants to go for palace guards or spears to attack the. Well, I guess palace guards are good because they deal with the spears and they deal with scouts at the same time. You know, they're good at killing both. Zhugenun ain't really, too slow. Palace guards are quite expensive. I don't know. I always find that quite confusing personally. The decision making on what units to go for, like palace guards, horsemen, Zhugenun. It's kind of like, what is the right one? You know. Like, what is the real? What is the? I would love to see it all written down on absolute perfect pen and paper of all the pros and cons of going palace guards versus all the pros and cons of going horsemen, and then all the pros and cons of going like Zhugenun or whatever. Because you know, it would be nice to know. But he's up against China. So maybe the Palace Guard choice is good versus China, because China don't get Palace Guards until Castle Age. But you know, we're both going into Castle Age, so it's not really, we're not exactly locking China into feudal, are we? Like, so I mean, like, he's hit Castle, and now that guy's going to have Castle Age Palace Guards, but so's our guy, and he's going to level them up. So, what else is going on? We've got Palace Guards. They're running around, they're doing some damage. I guess they're good for attacking Pro Scouts. They are good in a Pro Scouts versus Pro Scout context, or attacking Pro Scouts, because they're fast. They don't have a natural counter in Feudal Age. So Palace Guards are good for that. The fact that you can confidently use them, you know, in the Feudal Age. Like, they don't last, that confidence spike doesn't last too long, because as soon as you both hit Castle Age, they kind of lose a lot of their, you know, their spike. You know, they flatten right back down. But they, you know, when it comes to dealing with Pro Scouts versus Pro Scouts and defending and attacking Pro Scouts, they are really good at that. And it's a Zhu Xi thing, because China don't get them. So, you know, like, you kind of like have got the best unit for the whole Pro Scout attacking and defending shenanigans that are going to occur. So yeah, I guess that's why you would go Pro Scouts. So I guess Pro Scouts probably are the go-to choice when it comes to dealing with any Pro Scout shenanigans. Even if you're, yeah, even though the Zhu Xi, like, if your opponent does archers, yeah, or Zhugenü, you would think, oh, horsemen. But horsemen can easily get countered by spears, and that really does fuck you, you know. But if you go with Palace Guards, there is no counter, and they kind of can kill everything. Yeah, not as efficiently, but they can't be killed themselves, so it's kind of like better. Yeah. And, you know, if you manage to keep a bunch of them, they're decent to have around in the Castle Age. So yeah. Because your opponent isn't necessarily just going to go straight into crossbows, are they? You know, like, it'd be a bit of a weird thing. Yeah. So Palace Guards still, and the fact that they can raid a bit later on and stuff like that, and you can just send them off on raids, and they're good meat shields as well. Yeah, I guess Palace Guards are nice in that regard. They're quite a good pick. Like, as a feudal age unit, they're probably up there in, like, if you was going to build your own civilization. But anyway, I'm talking too much. I want to study the game a bit more. Right, he's getting dived. He's getting dived. It's not looking good, fam. The opponent's got a lot of knights. But we are Zhu Xi, and we do have better knights. We get the thingy. Right, he's getting the relics. He's not doing the vortex thing where he runs his, where he runs away with his knights, so he can heal them up later. One little fight there. We're getting relics. Classic, classic, classic. What is that little bug where the monks keep on, like, putting the relic in the thing but then take it back out? What is that? Anyway, yeah, versus China, we do have a knight advantage in that we've got faster attack speed, 20%. So yeah, there is that. So that should mean we have a slight edge when it comes to the castle relic game, you know, versus China. We can probably beat them in knight fights, which does give us more control, more of the map control when it comes to the relics. Yeah, so we should get more relics than China on paper. but China does have a better economic. I think they get a better economy because they've got the Imperial Palace or whatever it's called, which gives the double taxes, which is pretty fucking mental. And they get to build IOs without sacrificing villagers. But we've got good knights. So we're still in Zhu Xi timing right now. And we've got to make the most of this timing and get them a lot of bang for our buck. Because this is our timing now. If we throw this timing away, we're basically throwing away our edge. Right, he's getting a lot of wood now. Kind of got a balanced eco. We're still playing the Relic Knight game.
Can't get enough of your song of the moment? Download and indulge in the tracks you love over and over again with Spotify Premium. Tune in to discover an ad-free music
some archery
listening
ranges and a
experience where you
blacksmith.
can play your favorites in any order. Tap the banner to learn more.
Is that because he's seen a lot of spears now, do you think? Not a good little fight there, I think. I don't think losing that much health on a knight was worth one spearman, really. Especially when you're starting to produce some, I think, Zhuganoo. The opponent is also building, I think, crossbows there. This is a great moment for our friend here. I don't know actually, because a lot of yeah, it's a good enough moment, but still, these spears are going to do quite a lot of damage. Like, I don't even know if that was really worth it, because he had loads of knights. He had quite a heavy knight advantage, and he just threw that away in order to kill some spears when, you know, it's not really worth it money-wise, is it? He needs to heal up his knights. Yeah, there you go. He's getting crossbows now. Chucking some vills out on different pocket resources. I guess he didn't have a great time pro scouting. Because he's out on them pocket resources already. And I mean, like, Vortex wasn't, and the other players I think wasn't throwing away their knights, you know? They weren't like trading knights for spears and stuff like that, and like overly willing to trade their knights. I've noticed they liked to keep their mass alive, you know? This guy's kind of like engaging in skirmishes with the opponent, you know, which I do it as well, you know, I always do that as well. You know, it's like, oh yeah, here's a fight, let's go straight into the fight, you know, but a lot of these other players aren't doing that. They're doing something else. They're playing chess, not checkers. No, you know what I mean? Like, so what's our friend here doing? Is he going through your Yuan dynasty? How many relics did we get? Because that's a lovely little, I think we're going for a Song dynasty. I guess he done really shit for the food to be going straight to that Song dynasty quite early. Because that's one thing that you can do with your Zhu Xi timing when you get all of your relics and you're in that Zhu Xi timing where you've got a shitload of knights, a shitload of map control. your opponent will respect that, and you can use that to gather up enough resources to go into your Yuan dynasty, and then put the Padogas down, have that cooking away, play on a little bit, and then go for Song dynasty. If you've got, I think, a good enough amount of food to sort of get you there, you know? If you haven't got enough food and you've got to do the Song transition first, then that's certainly not the optimal way. You know, if you can get a Yuan dynasty and you can get them Padogas, it's certainly nice. I think it's definitely like the preferred option, but if you must go into Song like this guy is here because you just didn't get as much of a good time at getting the Pro Scouts, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if this guy has necessarily optimized all of the food gathering, because I've noticed a lot of the other players like the Fei Chans and the you know, the high level players, they like to eat up all the resources, you know, and then they'll go and onto this. Do you know what I mean? And then they'll do a farm transition. But I'm not sure. I can't say with certainty. But like he's got that whole corner over there, but it is a bit risky to go over there. But you still want to try and eat all your local berries and stuff, and yeah, try and move a lot of units, a lot of villagers onto them berries, supervise it, get as much as you can. He's put down a second TC. Like, this feels a little odd as well, because when I've watched a lot of the other players, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like they would maybe do it a little differently, maybe. I'm not sure, obviously, but you know, this feels more like me playing it. Like, this is the sort of thing that I would do, which isn't a good sign. Loads of crossbows to deal with the opponent's knights, I think. Now we're going from, is that crossbow palace guard? Or crossbow palace guard lancers? We've still got some raiding force running around. Like, I feel like that granary was kind of like rushed, you know, because when I watched the likes of Fei Chan and all of them lot building their granaries, it's done so beautifully, it's done so peacefully, you know, like, it's a work of art. This guy's just like how I would build it, you know, just sort of like plonk it down and do a little square around it. Oh, fucking, there you go. You know, like, because it's the granary, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel qualified enough yet to give a true criticism, but I suspect that it wasn't spot on. I suspect this isn't spot on, you know. But, you know, he's a rank top 50, you know, he's up there. This guy's really up there. But there is a difference between the top 50 ranked players and the tournament players. You know, they are on a different level. They really are. You know, you can see this guy, he's still a good player in that, but if you compare him to, you know, the vets, you know, the real players, you know, you can see the difference. This guy kind of feels a bit like me playing, you know, like, yeah, like, I feel like I'd have a shot at beating this guy, you know, like, not now, but he still looks human to me. But like the Fei Chans, the Demus, the even the Give You Anxiety, you know, they've got a different fucking thing about them where they're, I don't know, they've just got a different thing about them. That was nice little getting them horses in there though. Oh, but that guy done a really good job at moving his spears around. Ah, that's not good. Yeah, feels kind of mediocre. And I don't say that arrogantly. I say that just kind of like from what I've been watching today and yesterday, the standard is a lot higher on a lot of these higher up players, and because I've got used to that standard, this guy feels a little mediocre in comparison to them, you know. But I know if me and this guy had a 1v1, he'd beat me. So I'm not saying it like I'm fucking above him or anything like that. Because I'm like shit still. I still lose to loads of things. I feel like I've watched enough of this guy. I don't feel like there was anything for more to learn there. Give you anxiety versus the Ottomans on Sunken Lands. Pepino Pig. She usually plays pretty well, but she's a little bit lower, you know. Give you anxiety versus the Rus. Who's Soymon versus the Mongols? This could be interesting. Yeah, I feel like we'll watch this. If we can. Yep, let's go. Mongols, eh? Let's see how this guy deals with it. Oh, I got a tea. Forgot about that. I hope if someone's watching this, if you are somebody that has stumbled across it and you're looking to learn Zhu Xi and stuff, and you're getting a lot out of this video and you're using it to learn like I am, I just want to say, you know, like, cool. You know, cool. That's pretty much it. I'm glad we've, you know, can both enjoy this thing, you know. Yeah, and yeah, I just hope that you're a good person. I hope that you are a good person. I think that's the most you can ask for nowadays. I hope you're not a cunt. Because there's plenty of cunts. What is this guy doing? Right. I'm going to... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, so he hasn't scouted anything, but he's going straight into barracks opening. Barracks with a house. And he's got 4 on the wood. So he done the normal mill drop off, built a barracks, built a house, got him on the wood. He's got 5 on the food. I think, yeah, 5. Usually it's 3 on the tree and then the rest on food. That's typically what people do when they do a barracks opening, because they go for the spears, right? And the thing is that if your opponent is spearman rushing you, trying to build a tower, you can just out spear him, you know? Because you can supervise and shit. So I think that's what this guy's doing. I find it a bit mad that he's doing it blind though. I don't think he scouted his opponent was doing anything. It's like he just sort of knew this guy was going, or he just sort of guessed that this guy was going to go for a tower rush, spear rush or whatever. Yeah. And he's just like, maybe he's just like preemptive strike sort of thing. Okay, right, now we're supervising some spearmen. Just so we've got the mass advantage. Okay, yeah, the spears are here. And here it goes. We're gonna be in a Dark Age war, it seems. Okay. Yeah, well that's good for him. Good trade. What are we doing? We've still got 3 on wood for the wood line on the straggler trees, and we've got the rest on food. We're supervising the food. We're getting the gold.
Sometimes creating an ad campaign can feel like you're talking on
Yeah,
mute.
he got 40 gold
That's
there.
why there's Spotify's advertising.
We're
To help
building
your
now
business turn up the
a
volume
mill.
and reach an engaged audience that's ready to hear and see your
Which is,
message. Learn more at
strange. Why are we building a mill?
ads.spotify.com.
Advertising on Spotify is easy. You just write a
Maybe
script,
just because he
pick your
didn't
background
want
music,
to go
and
on
let
one,
us create
you know,
your
he
ad
just wanted to
for
get the
free.
mill done, and
It's
that's
that
it,
easy.
you know. For peace
Learn
of
more
mind.
at
A peace of mind
ads.spotify.com.
mill. Well, so, you know, I personally don't know how you play this. You know, if I was in this game now, I wouldn't know, right, do I keep on making spears or what? You know, I'd be thinking, do I keep on making spears or what do I do here, you know? Right, we've got loads on food. Scouting. Yeah, the closer you can push them back, the better, because you can kind of like eventually see, you know, what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like he's just witnessed 2 more spears are coming, so we're gonna produce more spearmen, yeah? Oh no, we're gonna really just 2, yeah? Under that sort of heavy pressure. I would have thought he'd have maybe gone for more. Alright, we're force dropped and now we're supervising out some more spears. It's going to be a nice little boost to the army. Would be nice to wall that little gap, wouldn't it? Doing a good job at supervising and collecting taxes. Yeah, well, 2 was enough. It's fine. 2 is good. That's what I mean. Like this guy he bumped into the Mongols and he knew what to do. You know, like if we bumped into a Mongols and he done this, we would not have this type of response. Well, I say we, but you know, like me anyway. Me. And maybe you. Yeah, wouldn't have this type of response, you know, it would have been it's probably feudal age into then creating some Zhugenoo or something like that. But this spear battle is interesting. Now we can start getting palace guards. If we want. Don't know if he is though. He's sticking with the spears. I guess spears are good because you know, they kind of, I don't know, like, they go well with, why is he pulling away his low health spears, you know, like, we're going to heal him up. But we are getting some Zhugenoo now. But, you know, what's his opponent going to do now? What would the Mongol transition into? As soon as he hits feudal, ain't we going to start getting Keshiks? But then, or Mangudai. I guess Zhugenoo are good because Mangudai could be coming. Yeah. So right, we got a lot on. We're getting some gold now. We got a lot on wood. We got a lot of wood stored, which a lot of people are doing. I've noticed a lot of wood storing. The warehouse. Yeah, wall, nice wall. It's only a nice wall because I said about that wall. We've got archery range. We're getting Zhugenoo and spears now. The Mongol player is using his deer stones for some reason. I guess. What's he going to do? He's going to do archers now. The Mongol player. Archer spear. But I don't think archer spear is the play, is it? Because Zhuge are just better, aren't they? Is that stable? But the Khan's here. Deer stones and the Khan. Look at that speed from the Mongols. Not seeing any palace guards, which I find kind of odd. I would have expected palace guards. We've now got 2 IOs. We're getting horsemen, I think. Not pro scouts. Okay. Are we getting pro scouts or? No, we're getting horsemen, spearmen, Zhuge. Right. Bear in mind, this guy is a, you know, he's up in the 300 rankings, you know, he's not like cream of the crop. Because I just don't know, it just doesn't look like a cream of the crop decision. It probably is a fine decision, but it doesn't look like a cream of the crop decision, you know? Oh, fucking hell, how many times have I got to see this advert? Is there not any other adverts? Why have we got to always watch this one? It scares me. Horror movies. Oh, fuck. I don't know why, but my stream just doesn't get any views. Okay, we've got this advert. eToro. Is that I think that's a fucking investing thing, isn't it? Yeah. Be the investor you want to be. Money, money, money. That's all I see when I look at this sort of shit, is money. Capitalism. Consume, consume. We want your money. We want your money. That's all these companies are really saying. You know, that's all they're really saying is, we want your money. I'll trade you this for some money. This guy plays with the high view. I think it's called panoramic or whatever. I play with that one too. It feels like a lot of different people you watch have always got different views. Like, how many fucking views are there? Right, he's doing a Zhuge horseman spearman push. He's getting his eco upgrades, including the deer eating one. I don't know if he's had pro scouted at all. I'm not seeing much of his map, to be honest. Mongol towers, yeah, I think they're a bit cheaper, aren't they? I don't know why. Okay, that tower is useless. He's got a good mass. Push him with the Zhuge. You know, we had a very good blueprint here on the spearman early game stuff, you know? You just build the mill like usual with the wood vills on the straggler. You bang out a barracks and you just spam out. You leave 3 on wood on the straggler trees. Everyone else goes on food and just squirt out spears and just fight them. But you know, like, and I think if you're versing the Mongols, when you get your scout, just run them straight to the Mongols. You know, run them straight over to the Mongols. Look for their uvu, and that'll tell you if you need to worry about a Dark Age thing. And you know, maybe to play it safe, just build a house instead of a village. You know, even if they don't Dark Age rush, just build a house first, and then just build a village after. You know. Because you can't build a village, otherwise you won't be able to get the barracks. So that could be good. Anyway, I don't know if there's much to learn here in the rest of this, because he's just going to play on now, isn't he? Basically, he's got his little mass there, and the game's just going to go pretty much how it's going to go, it looks like. I don't really see much reason of... I don't feel like there's much more gold to get from this mine, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, but I'm gonna keep it going because this is not just a live video. This is an actual video, and I know there's gonna be people. Oh, this is gonna be juicy. Fei Chan gets a win versus House of Lancaster. Yes, please. Be nice to watch versus the House of Lancaster too, because they are quite a unique civ, and you've got to have a unique way of playing them. And I'm a massive Fei Chan fan. Fei Chan plays so good. What the fuck? Why is it this? I think here, yeah. Oh no, it's not. Where is the Zhu Xi game? Oh, come on. Why does it say it's there if it's not there? How long was this fucking stream? Holy shit. It was a 24-hour stream. The game probably was in here somewhere, but you know, like, Jesus, that's a long stream. Anyway, I don't think we're gonna see it. That's a shame. It's a long fucking stream. That's a shame. I really would have liked to watch that. Order of the Dragon. Nah. Give you anxiety versus Japan. I mean, you can't have too much Japanese matchups because I feel like you always face them. Fei Chan versus English. Yes, I'm a big Fei Chan fanboy. Fei Chan's entertaining as fuck. Yeah, let's watch this. Nice to see the English because you come up against the English quite a lot, and they're quite like unique in how you play them. It feels like it would be nice to have a bit of a blueprint on what to do versus them because, yeah, I think when you're in Guessville, you usually guess wrong. Innit? And I think some of us don't like to be in Guessville. You know, I think some people maybe thrive in Guessville, and some of us don't. I personally, I don't think I do. I like to know things, you know, and go based off of what I know, you know, and make the right decisions. You know, I still do like to experiment and stuff, but, you know, yeah. Look, Fei Chan does a good scouting path, in my opinion. Look, just does a little quarter circle around the base first, just to try and find any
That's why Spotify's
good med
Ads
gardens
Manager
in the
lets you choose
vicinity.
objective that
Doesn't
works
mean
best
to
for
be
your
the whole
campaign.
base, because
You
I
can
always do it.
optimize your
I do this
actions
too, but I do it around the whole base. Like I'll start my scout going over to the left, and I'll just do a circle around the whole base, and then I'll sort of like drop off, and then I'll run round and go to the base. But I don't think that's right. I think Fei Chan's might be best, which is do a quarter circle, hope that you get a good med gardens, and then go over to their base. Because look, you still get to drop off some sheep, and that means your scout can go out and play now for the rest of the sesh sort of thing. You know, well, you know, can do a full map explore. Yep, it's good to find deer as well. But look, now going actually over to explore. But look, we've discovered where the scout is. So what, we're going over there? Yeah, we've discovered a scout there, so we're gonna go over to the other half of the map, claim that half. Yeah. But buckle up, Dorothy, because this shit's gonna get crazy. Fei Chan, baby. We've got sheep. Finding more deer. Playing with my flick knife. I've got a flick knife. And I paid like 70 quid for it, and it's fucking awesome. I always play with it. I like pick my teeth with it and shit. No, I don't really. So for me right now, I would be just having a quick peep at the opponent to make sure I see what they're doing, because you know they might be coming at me with a thing. Right, we've got 4 on gold this time. Maybe because that was just a preemptive thing, because you didn't know if English was going to do like a men-at-arms rush or something like that, or longbows. So no, a men-at-arms rush or longbows. So it's good to have a little bit extra on gold, just so if the longbows do come, you've already gathered a bit more extra gold, probably. And now we're leaving 5 on there. I didn't see how many she aged up with for the landmark. 3. 3 to age up. 5 on food, the rest on wood. Probably pro scouts on this map. I feel like this map's quite a good pro scouts map. Sunken lands. You know, a lot of deer that are quite far away from the base. You know. Yeah. Right, that's another sheep delivery, lovely jubbly. And now we're gonna go explore some more of the map. We still haven't looked though at what the opponent's doing, which I find unsettling, because what if a longbow rush is on its way, you know? I guess she wouldn't care that much, because all you'd have to do is whack down a barracks and just start pumping Zhu palace guards. So if you know, and if the king comes, it's probably 2 TC English. English ain't that versatile, are they, in what they can do? So you know, if you see a longbow, it's like, okay, I'll build a barracks and just get a bunch of palace guards. And then if it's the king, you're probably like, okay, they're going for 2 TC. So then I will, you know, probably just play how you're going to play, which is probably, you know, your fast castles or your pro scouts into castle. Yeah. I think they're trying to secure that deer. We're getting a tower down. Yep, 2 TC. So the king should be around. No? Where's the king? Oh, there he is. Yep, we're getting some deer. We're not fast. We're not pro scouting then. We're going for a castle, I think. Fast castle. yeah, we're getting some deer, getting a tower down on the deer. I've noticed a lot of these higher level players do that. They put a tower on the close deer and they start gathering up the deer quite early. See, me, I don't like doing it because I feel like I'm splitting my food gathering units away from the singular meal that's being boosted. So for me, it feels like I don't want to do that. Everyone needs to be on that one meal so I can get that advantage. But a lot of these players aren't doing that. They are just sending over some veals onto the deer, you know? And, you know, it's kind of weird, like, because I would be thinking now, which meal should I boost, you know? Would I boost, but yeah. Right, we're going for Shaolin Monastery. I'm getting a lot of Shaolin Monasteries out of these higher level players. Yeah, you know, the Mount Lu is good, but they're all, oh, that guy just pushed in some deer. Cheers, bruv. Yeah, and this other one, you get a lot of Mount Lu. Like, you get the feeling that the Mount Lu is the one, but you get a lot of Shaolin Monastery, actually. Oh, bro, did you see that? Did you see that nice little shift of veals there? That was fucking quality. This is that high level shit. That's that weird level confidence. Right, so we're getting the monastery now. We're going for relics. When the opponent's going for English 2TC as Zhu Xi, it seems to be good to go for fast castle, not pro scouts, fast castle. Keep a little bit of wood in storage because, you know, you might need it for a specific production building. Because you're Zhu Xi, you can supervise and produce a big army quickly, you know. So you haven't really got to scout and then preemptively build up an army, you know, with Zhu Xi, because you can supervise, you can just shit out an army pretty quickly, you know. I think that's the case. I think that's the whole thing. Anyway, yeah, we've got a lot on food still. Everyone's on food. No one's on gold because we're getting loads of food because we're going to be getting these monk boys. The monks are coming. And I think at this stage of the game, when there's only really a king around and maybe some other units, monks are pretty strong, you know, like at this stage of the game. Everything has its moment, you know. Every dog has his day. And palace guards get their moment when, you know, in feudal age. Like, they get a really nice moment in feudal age when people are trying to pro scouts. These Shaolin monks, when you fast castle versus English here, where they've only got a king, the Shaolin monks are fine. You know, they can handle their own in this type of environment. And then we're going straight for a Song Dynasty straight after, which is interesting. Why are we going straight into a Song Dynasty? How many monks have we got? I think quite a lot. Like, we've got groups of monks. We've got Goku and Vegeta out there, out on the field, versus King Frieza. Okay, so we're getting the Song Dynasty. Pretty quick. Okay, 17, we've got no gold, yeah? Like, for me, that just feels weird. Like, the fact that they can do that. Be confident enough to just do that, you know? Like, to play like this. What are you building there? What's that? Is that a monastery? We're getting the sacred sites. Nice. That king just had a good old battle. Feel like he won something, but then two more Shaolin monks show up. Like, what's going on? Give me that relic. You killed brother Mitchell. I think when they've got a relic, they capture sacred sites faster. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. And mission accomplished. You know, we've successfully pretty much gathered a lot of relics. easy over 3 and you're happy with Zhu Xi, because that means Padogas, you know. So now we are in Song Dynasty. We I think got 5 relics. If this last monk gets back, we've got, yeah, and he is, because he's got the boys with him. He's cool, you know. We've got 5 relics. Yep, 5 relics. And we're in Song Dynasty. We've got loads on food. We've got 600 gold, and we've got loads on stone. And we are, we're going for the Yuan Dynasty, of course. I like how naked this is, you know, like naked Yuan. You know, it's all been quite naked. You know, it's been like, you know, there's not been an overcommitment really. Like everything, there's not a single unit has been brought. You know, there's not one production building down, and we've gone through 2 dynasties. This is like crazy. You know, it's so naked, and there's not a lot of fat. You know, it's very clean. It's nice. And we've got 5 relics, baby. 5 relics, just Shaolin monks. We're in Yuan now, which means we're going to be getting Padogas. No one's on gold because we've got so many relics, we don't need gold. We're getting stone, because maybe a keep. Yeah, this is quite classic Fei Chan. This type of Zhu Xi. You know, they go very naked like this and then get a keep right down. You know, just defend yourself. It's nice. It's quite ballsy, I think. Quite greedy, quite ballsy. Versus your beasties and stuff. It probably could get maybe attacked, but don't quote me on that. We're getting Padogas down, and I think, you know, your meditation gardens, your relics, and now your Padogas is a lot of income. You know, if you pause the game when them Padogas are in, and you added up how much you're getting for all the relics, all the med gardens, and the Padogas, you know, it might be good. And look, these monks ain't nothing to sneeze at. You know, these monks are healing. They can heal and they can scrap. You know. Look. That is mad, huh? Now, once them Padogas are locked in, damn. I've got to try this build order. This is nice. I would like to know how long this has been streaming. Okay, 2.5, you know, about 2 hours. Because I'd like to study this one and really give this one a go. This is quite powerful, Zhu Xi. And getting your dynasties in is so nice. Right, we've got our Padogas up, and now we're going for a second TC, are we? Okay, we're going greedier. But it feels greedy, but at the same time, like, your income is, like, doing well, isn't it? Because where are they going? Like, we've got our monks healed up, you know. Oh, we're building granaries now. And are we using our stone? What should we use? Oh yeah, TC. And now we're getting our granaries. See what I mean about, like, the difference in the granary making with, like with your Fei Chan compared to that other dude who was quite sloppy and quite messy with it, you know? Really sacrificed them villagers just so she could capture the raiding force. We're going for a 3rd TC. We're going greedy. I think it's because the English guy went for 2 TC. I think maybe going for 3 TC is a good play. Yeah. And we've got fucking 5 relics, 3 of them are in Padogas. And now supervising Padogas, I think. Or was that just collection money? I'm not sure. Now we can, though, produce a lot of monks if need be with Padogas. What is that? Is that a 4th TC? I can't see. Yeah. Yes, it is. Now we're getting a blacksmith. Why are we getting a blacksmith? We haven't got enough stone yet to build a keep, if that is what's on the menu. I'm not sure if we're building a keep. Yeah, I was thinking maybe stone walls. But I just don't feel like I could get away with this, you know? I feel like I'd probably do it a little bit too slow, a little bit too inefficient, and I'd just get all in by some Castle Age men-at-arms dive or some shit like that. But if you could get these granaries safe, that's so massive for Zhu Xi. Yeah. Still, no one's been on gold for ages. Because of the relics, because of the Padogas, because of the IOs. You don't need to be on relics. I'm not sure if that wall in is right. The stone wall. Are we getting just arrow defense? Is that what we're getting with the blacksmith? It's still building monks, right? Yeah, because food. Monks are good for food. Just food. Which we kind of have got an abundance of now. No pro scouts. Another TC. Why? Why are we getting 5 TCs? And a bunch of monks. What is this? Where's the English player? Why ain't he attacking or anything? He's an imp. You know, he's an imp. We need to eat that stone outcropping ASAP. Military. Look at the gold though. The gold's on like 500, and the gold is like slowly building. We're getting a siege. Yes. What is the opponent doing? 5 fucking TCs. It doesn't matter if you lose Vils with that many TCs. It does matter, however, if you lose a TC. A springled tower there to defend the TCs. Never really thought about putting a springled tower next to a TC to defend it. You know, especially like a second TC. No, we're getting a keep here now, baby. Lovely jubbly. We've got 6 IOs. We're getting Nesta Bees with the wheel upgrade. Very important with Nesta Bees to get that wheel upgrade. Kind of like when you get Nesta Bees, you should just think, okay, and I'm going to get the wheel upgrade as well, always. You know, because the Nesta Bees without that wheel upgrade is slow as fuck. You know? You can't overstate how nice it is to get the 5 relics with Zhu Xi and the Yuan dynasty. Like, we're still only... right, we've got some on gold now. We've got loads on food. We're still buying villagers, of course. You know, she's going to reach max population so quick, and even if he does do raids, it's not going to matter that much. You know, yeah, he's doing a good job at attacking that. That is probably way more important than oh, look at that, just picks up the relics. You know, Shaolin monks and nest of bees. He's going for like some sort of landmark snipe, is he? Healing up the nest of bees. Yeah, yeah, you know, using the relics with your monk army. This isn't looking good. But, you know, these monks are really hard to gauge on how much damage they do and how are the fights gonna go, you know? Like, it's not easy to gauge, really. Like, because they're not like, it's not like common unit that you see all the time, is it? They're kind of unique in that regard, so. But look, they've won the fight. This is GG. This guy's going to surrender now, I think. She's in Castle Age as well, and he's an imp, and it ain't really going to matter. He might not surrender because he's the English, you know. English have good imp and farms and stuff, so that was good. Look, the nest of bees is a strange choice, really, against a bunch of horsemen, but I guess it works, and it sort of like works in if they ever go for anything else like ranged, you know, the nest of bees are there, you know. And this constant threat of Wololo is also good. And these monks heal, baby. They heal. You know, a massive shout out to all the people that I've been watching, especially Fei Chan. Yeah, we're walling up now. What are we building? We're still building monks? Yeah, we are. We're still building a ridiculous amount of monks. And nest of bees, I think. She hasn't even got the monk upgrades, you know, the that you can get in the thing, you know, hasn't got the monk upgrades, you know, because you can get increased healing and increased health and stuff. That's a bit of a bad one. But the thing is, these monks heal, you know, so every skirmish is kind of good for the monks, because, you know, any monk that survives heals back up to full. He doesn't really. We're at max pop. Well, you know, we're at max vils basically. I like the fact that gold and food really isn't a problem now, because even if you don't have access to gold, you've still got padogas and all that just slowly ticking away. Like every minute that goes by, the padogas are just getting more and more value. But I don't really see a win condition here. It feels kind of turtley right now. I know there probably is one, but I'm not seeing it. The attack speed of the monks is just mental. You know, they attack so fast. Bloomery and stuff is so important in that scenario with them. If it even applies to them, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if it even applies on them. I think it does. But then, does it apply? Yeah, it does, because they are warriors. Because whenever you select all military units, they always come with that. So yeah, I'm sure it does. Yeah.
Fan armies have
So what are we
squad
doing?
goals,
We're
but
still
you have ad
producing
goals.
monks, are we?
Spotify's ads
Well,
manager
we're at
lets
full
you
pop
choose the
now.
objective that works best for your
Max
business.
pop.
However you optimize your campaign, advertising on Spotify is a choice any squad can get behind. Learn more at ads.spotify.com.
Yeah, we're just going to wall up, stop any
Advertising on
raids,
Spotify
so
is
we
easy.
can
You
push
just
out, I
write a
think,
script.
afterwards.
Pick your background music, then let us create your ad for free. It's that easy.
Oh no, we've got to go
Learn
in
more
still.
at ads.spotify.com.
What are we going? Really? Temple of the Sun? Is that just for the extra damage on the nest of bees? For the 20% extra damage on siege, I think it is. Oh, what's going on, Lost? Good to see you again, bro. I personally am most excited for the Golden Horde. Yeah. What about you? What one are you most excited for? Yeah, right. Additional bees, yeah, and the extra damage on Temple of the Sun here should mean the nest of bees and any cannon damage is boosted, which the opponent would have a difficult time, I think, knowing about. You know, it's not a very obvious thing. So these nest of bees are going to be putting out a lot of damage, so she wants to keep them alive. And putting them there is just a fine place to put them. Quite a lot of action on both sides. Really, targeting the TCs, yeah. Right, oh, what's that? Is that horseman we've got now? What units is she bringing to the party there? I don't know. Is that horseman? Or is that knights? No, it's horseman, right? Yeah, it looks like horseman. Anyway, now yeah, won a good fight, and now I think because the base is secure, time to push out maybe? Hard to say. I'm stoked for all of them, but probably the Zhu Dynasty because of their governors. Right. Have you ever played Civilization 6? And I can't remember what civ it was, but you get governors on a certain civ. I think it was the Ottomans, maybe. There is one civ, I can't remember what it is, but you get governors on it, and that was really cool. And I think you get governors on all civilized, but on one of the civs there was like a bonus governor that you got, and he was like some cool looking dude with a beard, like a Turkish, like a turban or something. It was cool. But all right, yeah. What are the governors? I know nothing about the governors. You'll have to let me know. Because yeah, what do they do? What do the governors do? Okay, right now, yeah, getting Tife Barnes, and also, oh no, not getting Tife Barnes. Deleted that. Oh, now getting Tife Barnes, and we're getting University. We've got so much gold. We've just lost an army. Are we still going for monks? Yes, we are. We're getting military elite army tactics. Does that apply to monks? I'm guessing it does. You know, I didn't know it though. I didn't know it applied to monks, but there you go. So you can get elite army tactics with monks. That's interesting to know. Yeah, so we're getting elite army tactics, we're getting monks. I think just sticking with the same comp, right? Monks and nest of bees. This guy is trying to delay the wall, because as soon as them walls come up, no more free raids for him. He'll have to get siege. The Nesta Bees having the speed upgrade of the wheels is incredibly important. Like, you know, it's so important because, yeah, you know, just without it they're so slow. With it they look super fast. They're like little cars driving around. Oh god, they do so many things. I can't really say, haha. I know one of them generates man-at-arm type of units that don't cost any pop space. I don't remember the other ones. Right. What? You put them in TC or something like that, or you hire them as? Are they a bit like IOs, or what are the governors like? Try and, you know, what are the governors? Try and give me a brief explanation of the governors. You know, like, because I haven't done any research on the DLC civs. I was just gonna, as soon as it all comes out, make a video and just go through all of the civs, you know? Right, we're still getting monks. A ridiculous amount of monks. And nest of bees. We're getting arrow defense here. Not getting melee defense. Yeah, keeping the wall. Everything's looking good now. We can now build up another army and do another push. Hey, what's going on, Oleg? Thank you. Yeah, the monks are still accumulating. Nest of bees, we're sticking with the nest of bees. Yeah, you can build forts in feudal. Each fort will have a governor appointed depending on what you choose. So they're a defensive civ. You can build forts in feudal. Okay, what, a little bit like Knights Templar. You can build forts in feudal. Each fort will have a governor appointed depending on what you choose. That's cool. That's cool. Then they have tiers as well. It's hard to say because they haven't shown all the details yet. Yeah, but the fact that you can build forts in feudal and appoint governors is kind of cool, isn't it? It's sort of like a little bit like an age up, but with a fort. You know, like you have to sort of read and go what governor they've chose. And the fact that they don't get horsemen, they get elephants, I think is going to please so many of the elephant fans. You know, because some people just love the elephants, don't they? As simple as that. So, you know, we're sticking with the monk and monks and the nest of bees. I don't know why the opponent isn't. Doing something. But what is the counter to this comp? This guy's going for a lot of knights. What do you go versus this comp? What counters Shaolin monks? What counters mass Shaolin monks? Not really ranged, because they get ranged armor. They get really good. Maybe Springalds, because it's like loads of melee units. Maybe mangonels. I don't know. Yeah, the opponent probably should have done that. You're damn right. They should get some forts, keeps down on the sacred sites, and because she was turtling a hell of a lot and playing very turtly in her base, then yeah, keep on both sacred sites, go for the sacred side victory. Would have been good for sure. Let them come to you, you know. Oh yeah, pro scopes, that's going to be crazy. Opponent should get because the person is turtling. Exactly. Yeah, good call, Lost. That was a win condition for sure, but it's a bit late now because she's done in her turtle stage, isn't she? But doesn't look like this comp right now is mega efficient at finishing the game. It doesn't look like that. It was really good at defending the game, being defensive, but honestly, if yous would have watched this from the beginning and watched Fei Chan's build from the beginning, mate, it was insane. I'm officially a big Fei Chan fanboy. Fei Chan is my #1 favourite player. You know, like, obviously I love the Marine Lord, the Beasties and that, because they're like super efficient. But do you know what? Vortex, I've been watching some of Vortex's plays. Vortex is insane, man. He is like so sharp. But Fei Chan's like super creative and stuff, you know? And like interesting to watch. God, I need to go a wee. I'm waiting for this game to end. I need to go a wee. I need to go to the toilet. But how is everyone? I'll be playing myself in a bit. Yeah, I'm a Fei Chan enjoyer. You're damn right. And yeah, Vortex, man. If you was watched earlier on in the stream, if you was here, Vortex is so efficient. You know, so efficient. He's like, when I was watching him play Zhu Xi, he done a perfect example of fast castle, get the relics, bang out a bunch of knights and just play that game perfectly. Like, if I was going to show anyone a perfect example of fast castle, it was versus Japan as well. And Japan, you know, like to go for the fast castle. He was Zhu Xi, he also went for the fast castle, you know, and a bunch of knights, and it was just so well done. It was insane. I'm not sure why the English is spamming horses and knights when it's clearly not working. Yeah, but what would you do? What comp would you choose versus mass Shaolin monks? And a nest of bees, you know, it's a weird comp. What comp would you choose? Like, cause I think the horses and the knights aren't a bad choice. Did he go into Berkshire? Because I have not seen any footmen, you know. I don't think footmen are the answer though, because they've got such low melee armour. They're more like a better choice when there's a lot of ranged. Shout out to Oleg, teaching about the footmen. But what would you choose here? At this point, he has map control. Should have men at arms and hand cannoneers, maybe. Yeah, that could be a good one. You know, the men at arms incredibly tanky, and the hand cannoneers will probably. But you know, the hand cannoneers do range damage though, because the Shaolin monks get that iron skin, don't they, where they can tank 50% of the range damage. But hand cannoneers kind of do not really give a fuck about that sort of shit, do they? Hand cannoneers do a lot of damage. Yeah, and like you said, yeah, the nest of bees, the massive nest of bees are going to delete them hand cannoneers, and you know, they're expensive units. And she's making the most of her granary. You know, she's got a perfect granary there, and the monks only cost food. You know, and you know, so she's just got like, you know, and just the monks only cost food, so she's got like an infinite amount of monks. And as long as you keep them nest of bees alive and you gradually build up a massive wealth, you've got like a zombie horde of monks. You know, it's kind of a good comp, isn't it? Like, is this the new Zhu Xi meta? Like, what would Beastie do versus this? You know, like how, you know, what is the, because like there's a reason you don't see this in the top of the top matches with like Beastie Marine Lords, because they would do something against it that would kill it, you know. But this guy clearly doesn't know, or English just don't have the answer. But I wouldn't buy that. Yeah, like mass, right? They're quite squidgy, the Shaolin monks. Maybe longbows, you know, because at least with longbows you can kite them forever. You get the attack speed bonus. You know, if you've got towers around, you get your. This guy isn't fighting under any of the English towers, is he? He's not getting much of that attack speed bonus, really. You know, he's, you know, and But this guy really believes in the horseman, you know, and maybe it's working, but it does look like it's kind of working, to be honest. Like, because the Nesta Bees don't really have much power over the horseman, and the attack speed of horsemen are pretty good. I don't think he's wrong, really. Like, he's not wrong, but he just doesn't seem to be like mega right either. And I mean, that was quite a conclusive battle there. Yeah, that was quite a conclusive defeat, so maybe he is wrong, you know? And look at the monks, man, they're just healing up. The zombie monks eating the corpses of the fucking horses. You know, this is like the White Walkers coming at you. And look, we're in. What is the comp? This guy is like, he believes it's the horseman. He thinks the horsemen are the way. You know, maybe the way if you can kill the Nesta Bees, because that's what he's kind of trying to do there, isn't it? Because these Nesta Bees haven't just got additional barrels. These Nesta Bees aren't just with additional barrels. These Nesta Bees also have the Temple of the Sun upgrade, which means gunpowder units do 20% extra damage. Yeah, so these Nesta Bees are hitting hard. And he's trying his very best to keep the Nesta Bees numbers low, you know? He's trying his best. And I think also she's in Ming Dynasty. And, well, probably. I think that's Ming Dynasty. Yeah, it's Ming Dynasty. And she went with the 8 IOs. She chose to go with the upgrades. I don't actually know what upgrades she went for. I would love to have known, because I don't know. But I know she definitely went with the Imperial IO upgrade, which is quite rare. People don't often go for the IO upgrade. She wouldn't have gone with 10,000 bolts, because why? You know, I'm not seeing any horsemen anywhere. You know, so she probably didn't go for the horseman upgrade. The Dragon Lancer upgrade, I'm not seeing no Dragon Lancers anywhere. Probably went with the Bombard upgrade, because look, there's a Bombard. Makes sense, you know, that gives that smoke, you know, gives that smoke. Yeah, is he gone for Springalds? Because they do class, I think, as melee infantry. But do they? That's something that needs to be tested, huh? Front line with Springalds. What, like men-at-arms Springalds? Yeah, maybe, because she's going monk siege. Maybe you go men-at-arms siege, you know, and just sort of meet with that, maybe, because the horsemen just ain't working. Well, they might be getting some. Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? Do Springalds actually do bonus damage to Shaolin monks? I would wager yes. Because what are, you know, if you clicked on them, would they count as... Because when you select all infantry or all melee infantry, you do select them, you know, so I don't think they have the same sort of title as monks, you know, like normal priests. I think they are like a melee infantry. A bit like how, you know, like Musafari warriors or something like that, you know, like how they're kind of like a unique melee. She has 86 on food and is using it all. Crazy how much food they use. Yeah. The zombie horde, isn't it? Like, it's a good idea. Have a perfect granary transition, wall it off, and now you have an infinite army, you know, of monks. A lot of people run out of wood, run out of gold, you know, and they don't necessarily run out of gold, you know, like the English are always going to have gold because of their farms, but you don't necessarily have enough to fund constant production. But Fei Chan does with the Shaolin monks. The zombie fucking strat, that's what this is. It's the fucking zombie monk strat. Look at that. And yeah, by the way, the Ming Dynasty as well gives 20% bonus damage to all of both of them units, the Nest of Bees and Shaolin monks. So them Nest of Bees, not only have 20% extra damage from the Temple of the Sun, but they also get 20 extra damage from Ming Dynasty, and they've got additional barrels. These Shaolin monks have got all of the upgrades, like the increased healing, the increased health, and there's just an infinite number of them. Yeah, here we go. We've got Springalds and now Horsemen. Let's see how this goes. Well, that's them Springalds gone. I think he's definitely on a better idea here, though, right? He's definitely on a better idea, I think, here. But it's hard to say, because the Nest of Bees definitely can destroy these Springalds, you know, like. But I can see Fei Chan certainly putting in a bit more work here in the micro, so. Man, dead. The zombie. Really? Yeah, but that's one of them things that we've got to test. You know, we'd have to test it. You know, I think to really know, because I still believe that Springalds probably counter them, because that's what Springalds do. They counter melee units, and these are melee units, aren't they? And look, they're even good at diving TCs and stuff, because you can just activate Iron Skin. I really need to go to the toilet. You have got to do a good job at defending your Nest of Bees, though. It's a very slow death that she's providing here. Oh, excellent. Shout out to fucking Fei Chan. Love Fei Chan. But I'm going to be back in a minute. I need to go to the toilet. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. Feel free. Here's a new song from my dad, Glenn Barnes. A new song on my mix. It's called King and Queen. Enjoy.
King and queen, king and queen, forever in a dream, in the light, in the light of the summer sun. Blown by the breeze, blown by the breeze. They are content with where it leads, with where it leads. In the light, in the light of the setting sun. Queen, soaking in a love is seen, a love is seen. In the light, in the light of the rising sun.
And I'm back. That was some Glenn Barnes. I hope you enjoyed that song. I really like that one, King and Queen. His link's in the bio. It's my dad, so support the channel. Will be great. Yes, let's move on. Yeah, when looking it up, they don't classify. Oh yeah. Would have loved to see Man at Arms there, just to change it up, since the cavalry was definitely not working. Yeah, it's a hard one. Like, you know, it's hard to think of the correct thing during the game sometimes. Oh, we've got a beastie game. By the way, Oleg, if you are there, I'm sorry. I know we said I would play, but I'm already. This whole live stream is about this Analysing Pro. So I was going to do just one more day of analysing and stuff like that, and I will play tomorrow 100%. Yeah. Sorry to be to go against what I said. Do you know what I'm saying? But I've only got to watch one more map, I think, and then I've watched the whole map, and I've got a full video. The whole 2 videos will show all maps. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think the only one we've got left is Rocky River. Nice one, Oleg, man. Yeah, the last one we've got is Rocky River. Lost. What civ do you play, Lost? What is your main civ? Because I know Oleg's is Japan. What's your main civ? Right, yeah, because I get this map a lot. I would love to see how they play Rocky River. China. Give you anxiety versus Cal. I don't think I've actually watched many Malians at the moment. So we'll watch this one. I don't think I've got a good demonstration on Malians. So we got Zhu Xi versus the Malians on Rocky River. This looks interesting, this movie with Keanu Reeves as an angel. Good fortune. I'm going to watch this at the cinema. Yeah, should be funny enough. Right now it's KT, but that's because they're super strong in team games. Right. Well, you know, Lost. Me and Oleg always do 2v2s on ranked. Are the 3v3 and 2v2 and 4v4 rankings separate? Or if we do 3v3, will that affect our 2v2 ranking? Or are they all separate? I don't know. Because, you know, we could do a 3v3 and us three tomorrow, you know? And if KT are good, why are they good in team games? Yeah, they aren't supposed to be good on land, but in 4v4 you get enough time to get late game, and it just steamroll from then on. They're all the same. Okay. Well, you know, I'd be up for some 3v3s tomorrow if you two would be cool with that. And if not, then, you know, me and Oleg will just do some 2v2s. Are you cool with that, Oleg? Would you be okay with that, sir? Would you be cool with letting Lost get involved on our in our you know, team games? If you're up for it, Lost. Well. Oh, yeah. If it ain't this little bitch. These two. Cool, man. Well, if Lost is up for it, we'll do that tomorrow. We could do some 3v3. We get an actual time set and ready to go, yeah? We'll set a time for tomorrow and we'll do that. If Lost doesn't want to do it, Oleg, we'll still set a time and we'll just get going. Or I'll just get streaming, because tomorrow I'll be doing I'm just going to play tomorrow. You know, I'm not going to do any more studying. I'm just going to play tomorrow, and then we could just maybe do the 2v2s whenever. Do you know what I mean? Right, so what's going on? Give you anxiety. He is... yeah, he's just done a scout route like that, which I find weird. I personally wouldn't do that scout route. I would try and find a good meditation gardens. Got a nice cup of tea. Yeah, I would probably try and find a good meditation gardens. None of them have gone with the Zhongnong Tower. I've only watched one game who's gone for a Zhongnong Tower, and that was Fei Chan. Oh, okay. I've just had to taste rejection. It's fine. Get the fuck out of my fucking lobby. No, I'm joking. Yeah, okay, don't worry then. That's alright. Yeah, nah, that's cool, man. That's cool. You've already got what's the word? You've already got what's the word? Like when you've already got not arrangements, but commitments. You've already got commitments and you can't break the commitments. That's cool, man. That's alright. Oleg, we'll do it then. We'll just do some 2v2s and we'll stick to the original plan. Thought I'd open it up for Lost, see if if Lost was going to be a part of it, but he's already got other commitments. So yeah, if you're cool, Oleg, we'll carry on with the original plan, which is I don't know. We'll just. When do you want to do it? I'll just start streaming, and whenever you're on, Oleg, just drop by, and we'll get going on the 2v2s. Or we could have a plan, Oleg. We could spend an hour or whatever, maybe watching a 2v2 game, something like that, with our civs. Or, I don't know, we could come up with some sort of plan, because we like to try to do that, don't we? Try and figure out a really strong, potent 2v2 plan, and try and go through with it, you know, like the whole feudal rush thing. But, you know, maybe there's some other plans that we could try. Negotiate open relationships with your team. Damn, Oleg. Yeah, so I'm guessing that the actual meditation garden spots on this map are in the middle, hence the scouting pattern. Because usually the meditation spots they're not always right around your vicinity, but usually you go for one around your vicinity. But no, like on Rocky River, for example, the meditations are actually in the middle, so it does explain the scouting pattern. And I've kind of missed a bit of what's going on because I was, talking about the team stuff. So, he's chosen a barracks. Did he see anything that made him choose a barracks? He's up against the Marlians here. Do the Marlians pro scout? Why is he building spears? I wasn't paying too much attention. He's only now scouting his opponent. Is he going for pro scouts? I haven't checked. Probably. I think this map is a good map to pro scout on. He's got a stable. He's going for pro scouts. He's got some spears out. Is that because of the warrior scouts? I think that might be something to do with it. The fact that Marlians are quite unique in that sense, where their scouts are quite dangerous. You know, I think they upgrade their scouts, didn't they? And their scouts all of a sudden become dangerous, you know. Berries are usually towards the middle. On this map, there are a lot of resources in the middle. Most gold is there as well. Harass the gold and Donzo's counter horseman. Maybe. I think he was to slow down Marley and Calboom. Yeah, but like the scouts though. No, the spears. Sorry. Maybe is he just doing the spears here to defend the pro scouts? You know, like maybe he sort of anticipated sofas here, or sofas, or the special scouts, the warrior scouts. Is that what these spears are for? I think so. You know, like, because it feels like kind of, I didn't see, but I didn't see his reasoning for going straight for the barracks, because usually they don't just build a barracks blindly. They will keep the wood in their storage, and if they see a reason to build something, they'll build it, especially with Zhu Xi, because the fact that Zhu Xi can pro scout, the IO can pump out units really fast. You kind of get that luxury with the Chinese civs, you know, that you can sort of like hold on to your wood and react. Hold on to the wood and react, you know, accordingly a bit more. You haven't got to preemptively build units like you do with other civs, you know, because if you get caught with your pants down, it takes a while to get them units, you know. But with Zhu Xi, you can kind of like build units on the fly, made in China. Do you know what I mean? Right. So yeah, we've got archers and sofas. That's the comp. Archers and sofas. He's still building spears. A village. I think he's going for castle. Usually they go for castle. I don't see a lot of Zhu Xi players hanging around in feudal age unless they're doing a feudal age push. Then they do. He's going pro scout, so defend for sure. Warrior scouts do damage, yeah. It's very common to Dark Age rush Malians, also common to tower their gold. Yes. Maybe he was, but you know, it's a bit late for that, wasn't it? And he didn't do that, did he? Like he skipped that part, didn't he? And but yeah, you know, it is common. It is a thing that you definitely can do with the Malians. You want to slow down that cow boom and shit, don't you? But he seems to be willing to let the Malian player cook. You know, he's letting the cow boom happen. Or maybe not, you know, because Zhu Xi have got quite a potent timing attack in Castle Age. Maybe now we're going to see regional inspection into mass knights, into cow boom harassment, you know? Maybe that's what's going to happen here. Because it sort of depends as well on how well the pro scouts has gone. If the pro scouts has gone well and he's defended it well, that means you've got a lot of food and good food as well, which means you've got quite a potent timing spike with Zhu Xi. If you had bad time with the pro scouts, you know, like a lot of them died, a lot of fucking around, it definitely slows down your timing there, you know. And yeah, that's just a thing. I think it's quite hard to go Dark Age aggro on this map. Big distance. Yeah, that's true. It is quite a big map. Yeah, so that might be the factor in why he didn't, choose to go for like early gold aggression on their gold. So now he is producing knights. He's got a bunch of spearmen to defend against them sofas. We've got blacksmith. He's getting arrow defense. You know, he's going for the classic Zhu Xi right now. Arrow defense 2, Dali horses, or Dali horses, however you say it. And yeah, I think now we're getting on the gold, are we? We're attacking the gold. Because he's in Castle Age now, that means he's probably built that landmark that, you know, you put in the middle of all the cows, whatever that's called. I'm not a Malian player, but I've done a bit of research. So now we're getting rid of the gold. You know, we're attacking his golds because there's a lot of passive gold there. The Malians build these little homes and stuff around the gold, and they're getting passive gold, a bit like a meditation gardens, how you would attack that, you know. But I think the gold is a little bit more important, especially at this moment in time. Everything has its moment, every dog has his day, and you know, everything's about timing, and you know, things drop in value and they raise in value, you know, and understanding when things are at value and when they're not is very important. Like with Zhu Xi, palace guards have a very high value in feudal age, especially on pro scouts versus pro scouts, or if you're attacking pro scouts or defending, but then they kind of fall off when you hit the castle age. He's on that timing, you know, this is great timing attack. This is the classic Zhu Xi timing attack. Don't want to miss it. Pro scouts happened. We're in the dive. We're Scuba Steve. Yeah. And this might be GG. I'm not sure. It looks like a GG. Yeah, it's a GG. There you go. You get a lot of that with these Zhu Xi videos. You know, the Zhu Xi player gets the pro scouts, he goes into castle age, he dives, he wins. You know, that happens a lot. And, you know, we're going to have to just watch a few games on Rocky River and, you know, see the patterns and stuff. See, like, you know, what's the common builds. We're going to watch this guy again versus the Japanese. I don't know, because I feel like if we watch him again, we're probably going to get the same thing. We'll watch something else. Yes, I would like to see a U-bid for sure. Oh no, come on, Fei Chan, baby. I'm gonna let the team decide. Am I watching Fei Chan versus the English, or are we watching Give You Anxiety versus the Ayubids? I personally would be happy to watch both of them because they're both good. And it probably is a matter of which one are we going to watch first. I'll let the team decide. The first one I see, I'll choose. Whoever writes down first will get to choose. Ayubid, okay. There you go. And we get some face action from our hero. Give you anxiety. Give you herpes. He's got such a aggressive gamer tag, hasn't he? Give you anxiety. But then you look at him, he looks like a sort of nice guy. Can I get rid of that little thing there? Yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah, I would like to see the matchup with Ayubid because I feel like Ayubid are quite a unique civ, you know, where they've got quite a unique way that you got to play them. And me personally, when I go on the ladder, you know, like whenever I bump into an Ayubid player, I always feel a little bit uneasy because of the desert raiders and stuff, and they're quite unique, aren't they? So anyway, right, scouting pattern. Is he doing the same thing? Going to the left and then just sort of like going in the middle, collecting the sheep in the middle, finding all of the med gardens. But he's on his opponent's side of the map, which is strange. So this is a good scouting path for Rocky River. Go straight to the middle. This is good to know, because I didn't know this. You know, I didn't know this. And why is he on the opponent's side of the map? You know, why is he not skirting? Or maybe he will. Maybe he'll go around his opponents and then come around his. But I don't know. Because he's not going to build the meditation garden on his opponent's side, is he? He's got a donation thing for maybe. You says USA tournament there with a donations number. What does that mean? What is that? Is that like is that a tournament he's putting on, or why is there a donation thing for a tournament? Is that just to fund it so he can go to a tournament? I don't know. Is that the entry fee to a tournament? What is that? Yeah, oh, I guess now he has found a very good meditation garden up there in the top right corner with the 3 berry bushes. I'm guessing he's decided upon where he's already going to build it, and it's probably there. Yeah, look, it looks like it's, yeah, it's there. He's going for the gold and the berries, which is good, I think. Yeah, so he doesn't need to really worry about meditation gardens anymore. Right, so now we are building again for Pro Scouts. I think, I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Why the fuck does he put the sheep there like that? Do they run faster if you do so? Because I've seen people do that. They put the sheep like in a weird way. Whoa, what is that? Well, that's a beast. That's a juicy one. I think now what he's doing is going to get rid of that black bit in the middle of the map just so he can see all of the deer. And then, because I think he's doing that, if he does do that, I'm assuming he's going for Pro Scouts. We've got 5 on food, 3 on gold, the rest on wood. It's Pro Scouts, in my opinion. But this is quite like classic Zhu Xi build. You know, like you can go with anything with this build. You know, this is quite basic opener in general. Like, you know, like 5 on food, a few on gold, the rest on wood. You can transition into anything from that, can't you? You know? So you can't really tell if it's a Pro Scouts yet or not. So nice, like, this is like where you would teach basic AOE opener to this point, wouldn't you? You know, like, you build your feudal landmark and then you get like 4 on food, 3 on gold or whatever, and the rest on wood. That's like your basic opener, isn't it? And then you can sort of transition from anywhere from that place. The only thing it doesn't really transition to is a fast castle, you know, because with that you just don't go on the wood. But it's quite, no one really does that, I think. I think you always have a little bit of wood there, just in case. Right, is it, what is that? An archery range? Okay, for the Desert Raiders. Did he scout anything that made him choose that? What's that? Yeah, is that what that? I think Desert Raiders. I'm guessing Desert Raiders. Yeah, we're getting some Zhuge, which is kind of awkward because a U-bid kind of force you into going into Zhuge, you know, and you know, I personally don't think investing in Zhuge is a great investment, you know, like you would prefer, I think, to go to Castle Age, but you know, like you can still just get like 3 or 4 Zhuge and still hit Castle, so it's no problem. He's getting arrow defense first. That's weird. He's getting arrow defense first. And then after that he's getting arrow attack. I wonder why that is. I wonder why he didn't go for attack first. You know, because Zhuge, they shoot 3 bullets. Wouldn't it make sense to just make that a bit better instead of going for defense? Like, because it feels like you're getting ×3 instead of -1 with the defense. And we've got a feudal macro right now. This is a feudal age macro. Is that a barracks? Yeah, it's a barracks. And what are they for? Because what is the opponent going to do? I think he's going spears. And he's on the water. We've got Zhuge for the Desert Raiders, of course. And he's on water. Maybe the spears are to sort of help push the dock, potentially. I would have thought palace guards. But we've got spears. I think spears and Zhuge both do damage to Desert Raiders, don't they? I think so. But the spears are definitely good for attacking the water. So if you see your opponent is on water, if you see that your opponent has gone quite a lot onto water, I think it makes sense to go into a feudal aggression based off of what I'm seeing here and shut down that shit fast, you know? Why did the Ayubid player go onto water? Seems quite odd to me to go onto water. Like, do Ayubid get a bonus on water or something like that? You know, it's hard to say. And anyway, he spotted his opponent went on water and he aggressed on it. Don't let the water boom happen. Kill the ships. He's got quite a lot of units. Mostly Zhuge. You don't like water on this map? Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, I think. His decision to go into water certainly doesn't look like it's paid off, you know? Probably was a mistake, but there's got to be a reason why he went onto it. Maybe if the Zhu Xi player done fast castle, maybe the water could have been okay. I don't know, you know? I don't know. Water just seems like a weird choice to me. It doesn't seem like what a Ayubid would want to do. Like, I imagine like something like Knights Templar or something, maybe or something, you know, but like a Ayubid on water, it just seemed a bit odd. Because you'd think the Ayubid player would probably go with the fast castle, you know, or the dervish into desert harass, but you know, I'm not an Ayubid player, so I don't fucking know, you know. But yeah, these docks really didn't work for this player because he went straight aggressive into feudal age. Did he do that because of the docks, or did he do that in any way? You know, that's what I want to know. Did he do the aggression because of the docks, or did he do the aggression for a different reason? I'm not sure. But we're committed. We're getting siege engineering. We're going for an aggressive feudal all-in. I think I've seen this now twice. I think I've seen Zhu Xi go aggressive on Ayubid and attack their gold
a playful blend of
a lot. Like feudal aggression, attack the gold. I've seen it quite a lot.
Explore the beauty.
I wonder why. You know, I think so.
Treetop Spa, perched above Crawfordsburn Country Park. Book today at theoldinn.com.
Yeah, I think he's got a forward gold there too. So if he can attack that first, both them golds are so close to each other. Look at that. It's quite sad, really. It's quite unfortunate. Yeah, this looks like it's a good feudal all-in. He's just gone Zhuge spear. Heavily on the Zhuge. Because when you reach a critical mass of Zhuge or ranged units, they get to like they really do increase in value when you get to a critical mass, because they can just delete anything that tries to attack them. You can just target fire everything, and you know, it's good. But if you get to that point where you don't kill something in one burst and then you have to shoot it again, it really loses a lot of value, because they all shoot on like one unit and it's got loads of low health, you know, so hitting that critical mass is pretty damn important. That's what I mean. Every dog has its day. Every dog has its day. Everything has its timing. Everything has its spike. Everything gets a power spike at a certain time. Yeah, it does. Like, they can even like delete men at arms and shit. You know, like, I think I saw Beastie, he said something about like Zhu Xi and China are one of the few civs that can handle castle age units in the feudal age, because Zhuge are just more damaged than archers. You know, because Zhu Xi do 3 damage minimum, archers do 1 damage minimum. So, you know, it's like having 3 times the archers in some sense. Zhu Xi are sick in that sense, isn't they? You know, like, if you're only doing 1 damage as an archer, Zhu Xi will do 3. So, you know, like, that's like having 3 times, that's like having 3 archers. But, yeah. He is now, I think, he's still in, I think now he's macroed for Castle. He's got a big army. He hasn't lost anything. I don't know what he's doing really with his forces. You know, he didn't fully attack for some reason. He didn't attack. He didn't go for the all-in. I don't know why, but he didn't. If anyone else knows why, please feel free to share the knowledge in the comment section, because I'm not sure why he didn't just go through with an all-in and just keep the aggression. Now he's like macroing for Castle Age. I don't know why. Yeah, he's built up quite a lot of wood in storage, and now he's gone for a complete castle macro with no wood. He's got a shit ton of Zhu Xi and a few spears. Yeah. He got a crap ton of Zhu Xi. Yeah, damn right he has. He's got like fucking 50 of them. And with just like 10 spearmen. What the fuck? And the geezer quits. The guy quits. What was his plan here? Because he had such a fucking mass, if he could sneak a Castle Age in quickly and level them bad boys up, you know, that has massive value. You know, like, maybe he saw his opponent was committed to the Feudal Age, so he pulled back with his mad mass. Instead of like fighting in Feudal Age and risking defeat, he instead just pulls back, quickly tries to get a Castle Age, and then he just supervises Zhu Xi level up and maybe like arrow attack, and his Zhu Xi are just gonna fucking eat everything. Maybe that was the plan. I think yeah. I think I sounded on point there. I think that might be right. Yeah. Okay, let's watch the Fei Chan versus the English. This is going to be exciting. I love watching Fei Chan play. So fucking fun. And what does everyone think about... Do you know what? It'd be a bit awkward, but what I'm doing here I think would make a great series, you know? If I could like have like 4 or 5 or like maybe 3 or 4 Zhu Xi sessions of these. There's a lot of content packed into this, you know? And if I was to do this for all civilizations, that would be pretty valuable, I think, for people. You know, like if anyone wanted to, like if you were learning English and you wanted to watch a bunch of alternative builds and how all these other players are playing it, pretty valuable, I think. You know, instead of always watching the same Beastie video over and over or some shit like that, you know? Right, we've got Fei Chan versus the English on Rocky River. Fei Chan goes straight down the middle. She doesn't go around the sides like our other friend. Oh, wait, maybe yes. Yeah. I think, yeah, the middle. They're both doing it. The Rocky River middle. I'm not sure if this is important for all civilizations or just Zhu Xi, you know, because obviously Zhu Xi like to know where the Med Gardens is, but I wonder if that's a good route for all civilizations. That's what I mean. I would actually love to do this for all civilizations. Videos like this. Just watch these pros playing these videos, learning all the alternative builds, seeing the commonalities in how they all play. It would be very valuable. and it would really be educational, even if I didn't play the Civ. You know, it would teach me so much about these civilizations and how they are typically played, you know, and their alternative build orders and stuff. Yeah, and what they're capable of and things like that. Learning their timings and stuff, you know, it's pretty cool, I think. Oh, what the fuck? Oh man, that's disappointing. It certainly does, Lost, because, you know, like, one of the greatest, oh, look at that, Puppy Paw versus Numadan. That, versus Delhi as well. I like to see the Delhi versus Zhu Xi matchup, because I lose to Delhi, and, yeah. And Puppy Paw allows us to watch his games as well, which is awesome. But, no, yeah, Lost, because one of the greatest enemies, isn't it, is having the question mark, you know? Like, being in the unknown and having a question mark when you're in Guessville, you know? I'm just going to call it Guessville. You know, like, sometimes you go to Guessville and half the time you guess wrong. But that's not just the problem. The problem is also, when you're in Guessville, you're filled with doubt, yeah? You don't know. You can guess, but you don't know. You know, but so any sort of, it's a bit like the blackness there of the fog, you know, on the map, you know, like clearing the fog of war is important, you know. So yeah, to sort of do a full series on this with all of the civilizations would fucking so give me so much clarity, you know, on you know, on all the civs. Because like Delhi, for example, I don't know nothing about Delhi. I know very basic level shit with Delhi, but I know nothing interesting with Delhi, you know. Yeah, it is. Like, yeah, that is important. Running out on the map, you know, like we all do it, don't we? We've got like, we've all been there where we've got like a little army just in our base, standing there doing nothing. But Puppy Paw has done he's just done that. I think he's already seen his Med Gardens, because I think I can see some good ones there. I think he's content with the Med Gardens that he's found, maybe. But different from Puppy Paw there. Sometimes people leave themselves open, and after a game you look back and and are disappointed that you didn't exploit it. Yeah, I know. You're right. When you're in the game and they're winning or something, you feel like they're really strong, and you're like, oh, they've got full map control. Oh my god, they're like got me pinned in my base. And then when you watch the replay back and they're like, you know, they're like noobs, and you're like, what the fuck, you know. I know, and watching replays back is such fucking valuable, isn't it, on AOE? Yeah, you do. You watch it back and you're like, oh my god, I could have done this, I could have done that, I should have, would have, could have, you know? It's all part of the fun though, isn't it? Right, let's see, because this is my first Puppy Paw game that I'm watching, so I'm interested in this. Right. Same old, same old. It's nice to see the commonalities. This is important as well. I've had that so many times. I watch replays so often. Yeah, you know, I usually follow the rule of try to watch all of your losses, like most of the time. But I think you can't go wrong watching your own replays, especially your losses. It's the hardest thing to do as well. You know, looking yourself in the mirror, looking yourself in the eye. Do you know what I mean? Seeing your own weaknesses and faults. If you can get good at that skill, not only for AOE but for real life, that's such a fucking valuable skill that so many people don't do, including me. You know, like, I learnt that from AOE, how to really, the value in looking yourself in the mirror. you know, and seeing your own mistakes and criticizing yourself and analyzing yourself and, you know, like studying how shit you actually are. But, you know, I think there is also a bit of a knack to it as well. I think like just watching yourself back and going, oh my God, I'm so fucking shit. Look at me, I'm stupid as fuck. You know, like burning yourself like that. I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about it. How does one learn and benefit from watching one's own replays, you know? If anyone's got any, you know, if you've got any input on that, you know, on like what do you do when you're watching your own replays? You know, that's a good question. You know, for the AOE community, anyone who watches this video back and could, you know, or you lost now, you know, like, or anyone who's watching this in video form, you know, what do you do when you watch your own replays? You know, what are good habits to have? What are good practices to do? Yeah, how do you benefit from watching a replay? You know, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not really saying it very well, but do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, me personally, I like to, I think, it's a bit like looking at your own retardedness. You know, you can a little bit see it, look it in the eye, and, you know, you will try to fix it after that, I think. You know, like, just trying to spot your own mistakes and your own retarded mistakes, and you look yourself and you do, oh my fucking God, what was I doing there? I didn't even know I was doing that, you know, and then you go next time, and that's so important, saying the words next time. You go, oh my God, what am I doing there? Next time I'm going to do this. You know, like you see the mistake, and then you logically say what you're going to do after that to correct it. Do you know what I mean? Instead of just going, oh my God, I'm such a fucking retard. Oh my God, what am I doing there? Oh my God. You know, like, that isn't useful. I think, like, doing the oh my God thing's fine, but then after, say what you're going to do next time that will correct it, and then you will do it. You know, that's my advice and my 2 pence on that subject, but I would love to hear anyone else's. I think every time I look back at a replay, it's always something new, but mostly it's mistakes. Yeah, seeing the mistakes and then after implementing like a new policy on what you're going to do to correct that mistake. That is so vital. It's like step 2. Do you know what I mean? Most people just do step 1, and that's why I think a lot of the time they don't like looking at their own mistakes, because they say something like, oh my God, I'm so fucking stupid, but then that's it, and they're left with that. You're stupid as fuck. You know, that's not really a great lesson, is it? Do you know what I mean? You know, instead be like, oh my God, I'm stupid as fuck, next time I'm going to do this. You know, I think that's so valuable. Yeah. So what are we getting here anyway? I can't do both. It's hard to analyse this and talk at the same time. Oh, right, so, yeah, we've just got feudal, you know, he's building a feudal army right now. It's hard to say why, you know, and, you know, like, it doesn't mean like, okay, when I play Delhi now, I'm going to build a feudal army, because that's not really like the mindset. You know, he's going pro scouts, but it's hard to really get the correct bit of information that you do kind of need when you play, and it's kind of like, but I think Delhi like to go feudal. You know, I think Delhi are quite feudally aggressive, aren't they? Like, I don't think you're going to see much fast castle from Delhi. I could be wrong, I don't know. Like, I don't know much about Delhi. But what I do think I know is that they like to do feudal aggression, you know, and they like to secure the sacred sites. They've got Ghazi raiders, you know, they've got quite a lot of good feudal going for them, so it makes sense for them to go into the feudal. So it kind of makes sense for you as a Zhu Xi player to kind of build a defense force, maybe even fight them in feudal. But, you know, like, you could also go for a fast castle. It's hard to say. I honestly don't have the information right now to give a educated analysis. I think replays are a core part of the experience with AOE. It's super fun to look back, especially in team games, because sometimes it's a 2v2 on either side of the map, and I get to see A whole new game. Oh, mate. You know, that part of the replay watching is super fun. You know, when you're not watching it to learn and you're not watching it to criticise, you're instead watching it just to enjoy it, to watch the game from someone else's perspective, mate. That is super fun, isn't it? It's so enjoyable to watch. You know, I don't know about anyone else, but one of my little things that I like to do is after I beat somebody and I do a really good job, I like to watch it from their perspective. Just to see their reactions and shit. Oh, my back, man. Oh, my back. My shoulder blades. Right, so what is going on here? What's going through the mind of Puppypaw and Numidan? I think he is contesting the sacred sites. From what I can see, he's fighting over the sacred sites. He doesn't want to give Delhi the sacred sites. But why isn't he fighting for that other sacred site? I guess because it's just awkward. He wants to try and stop him from getting the middle sacred site. I guess you kind of got to let him have one sacred site. It sort of makes sense. Because if he moved his army all the way up there, it kind of opens up his whole base and shit, you know? Yeah. I think that's what's going on. And the army, they get Ghazi Raiders, which I think just do bonus damage to heavy units, which kind of makes Palace Guards a bit less valuable here. So the Horsemen are here. So we've got Horsemen, because I don't think Ghazi Raiders do anything other than bonus damage to heavy units, I think. You know, I'm not certain, but I think that's the case. And so really it's Horsemen, Zhuganu, and we kind of have got the advantage as long as we don't go into Palace Guards, because I think Horsemen and Ghazis are the same, right? It's just that Ghazis do bonus damage to... Lost, if you're the only person in the chat, you know, you could probably type that in on your phone. Just type in like AOE4 Ghazi Raider and then click on the Ghazi Raider on AOE4 World or whatever and read their stats, and let me know if there's any extra thing about the Ghazi Raiders if you don't know yourself, because I don't. Awkward map for Delhi to get all three. Yeah, let me if you can let me know about that. Let me know if there's anything special about Ghazi Raiders other than their ability to do bonus damage to heavy units. Like, do they cost less or anything like that as well? Like, what's the cost and stuff? But they've got to be special, right? But yeah, Delhi get good horsemen, so. Right. So we've secured kind of like the map control a bit. He did get rid of that one, and now we can go into Castle Age, which means I think he is pro scouting still. We also was building a military force to defend the pro scouts because Delhi is quite feudal aggressive. Because Delhi is quite feudally aggressive, they want to get out on the sacred sites. They want to be aggressive and feudal. It also makes sense for them to attack Zhu Xi's pro scouts. So it makes a lot of sense for you to certainly invest in a feudal army versus Delhi to defend your pro scouts and stop sacred sites, 2 for the price of 1, right? They're 10 more food and wood, are they? But you know, why are they extra? What is the benefits of them? 10 more health in feudal. Okay, so they're a bit more health. 3 more base damage, and that 3 more base damage, and that bonus to heavy units, even bonus to ranged. Really? What? They got 3 more base damage than horsemen. Is that true? They do 3 extra damage than horsemen, and they even get more. What? No. Is there bonus damage to ranged units the same as horsemen bonus damage to ranged units? It's just that they do 3 extra damage because they can't be that strong, surely. Yeah. So basically, just tell me if this is correct. This statement: they have 10 more health, and they do 3 bonus damage. and they get the bonus to the heavy units. That's it. They don't do any extra damage to ranged units as well, do they? You know, because that would seem a bit too much. You know, they just have the extra free bonus damage, yeah? Like, we're talking feudal here. And what is the bonus damage to heavy while we're there? 12 base damage, 12 to ranged, 2 to heavy. Oh, so the extra damage to heavy isn't that significant then. Horseman is 990, Ghazi is 1212, 2. Right, okay. So versus ranged, does that become 24 damage? Is it? Is that to a range? So that's 12 base damage plus an extra 12 to the ranged units. So they're doing 24 damage to ranged units, whereas horsemen would do 18. Is that correct? But does Delhi get any techs in the feudal age that also buff the Ghazis? You know, that we don't know that. Yeah, okay. Then they are good. You're damn right they're good. They're fucking good. It's a bit like the Zhuganoo for Zhu Xi. Like, they get Ghazis, we get Zhuganoo, innit? Like, the Zhuganoo are better than archers. So, they have... So it's quite even in the feudal age in that sense. You know? It's quite even. Because we obviously get spears to deal with the Ghazis. And they get horsemen to deal... They get Ghazis to deal with the Zhuganoo. So what comp has he gone here? I think he's gone for quite a lot of horsemen, which is odd. Oh yeah, because we're not getting palace guards, is it? So Zhuganoo to just deal base damage. I think he's gone for a mixture of units here. I think he went for spears, Zhuganoo, and horsemen in that matchup versus the Delhi. I think it's, yeah. They don't get bonus, but Delhi does get the free upgrades, so it's typically that they have the extra armor and melee damage. Yeah, but it is a little bit slower, isn't it? So there's kind of like a drawback there, but they do get it for free. It's weird that they get it. You know, what's the point of even having gold as Delhi? Is it just so they can age up? You know, because what have they even got to spend gold on in the feudal age? Ghazis are really nice against French knights as Delhi. You just mash them and can fight them on the field. Right. Also, like 10 Ghazis versus 10 French knights. The Ghazis will win, will they? But it's only 2 bonus damage. Fuck all. 2 bonus damage is nothing. Well, we've got Crackedy, but his ones never work, which is a shame, because I would love to see versus the English, because you come across the English quite a lot, don't you? I want to see some wins. I don't really want to watch losses right now. KT, let's watch some KT, because I fight a lot of KT on Rocky River. This is a common matchup, and we get to watch a new player as well, Lash. Not in even numbers, but since it's more cost effective for you, it's good. Yeah, that's true. True statement. Yeah, so, you know, you kind of want to fight them in feudal age, like what that guy just done then, whoever we watched play up. I can't remember who it was, Puppy Paw. Like, you fight Delhi in feudal age, stop them from getting the sacred sites because that gives them quite a lot of gold income, force them into the feudal fight. If it's an even feudal fight, hopefully because you've stopped the sacred sites, you maybe have a better eco than them and you can potentially hit Castle Age before them. That might be the name of the game sort of thing with versus Delhi. You know, fight them in feudal. If it is an even feudal fight, hopefully you can age up to Castle Age easier than they can if they ain't got no sacred sites, because you do have your bonus, which is the IOs. Zhu Xi, you do have the your bonus, which is the IOs, but if you've fought over the sacred sites and you've stopped them from getting it, they don't have their bonus, you know. and also you get faster upgrades than them, so you should bring that into factor as well, that their upgrades are slow, your upgrades can be super fast, which means you can win the fights early on, but the longer it goes, arguably the more bad it is. That's my assessment, don't quote me on it. Not in even most deadly players don't go Tower of Victory anymore, so their feudal is not as strong as it used to be. Right, I don't know, what's Tower of Victory and what's the other one? But, you know, Lost, you know, Delhi is to be continued. Now we are currently on Knights Templar, which I feel like you'll be pretty happy about. I'm going to quickly make a cup of tea and we're going to watch that. Yes. And we're going to listen to one of Glenn Barnes' songs. Be right back.
I stand
Greetings, I am back. If you like that song, that is my dad's song. Feel free to check him out in the comment in the bio below. Anyway, I'm back. Very interesting start of this game. Barracks in the middle of the map is new to me. Okay, what oh, why have I got this? Right, what the KT player put a barracks in the middle of the map. I didn't really pay too much attention because, you know, it's the beginning. Yeah, the KT player has put a barracks in the middle of the map. Why would that be? I know nothing about KT and they're very complicated. So, right, we've got a quite an early aggression with a spearman. Oh, yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe just to get the spearman over there a little bit quicker. Anyway, Lash here already put loads of vills on gold to you know, get the gold quick. But the thing is that Vortex, the very first video of this whole live stream, I watched the Vortex game, and it was super recent, and it's like very, very on the edge of meta, like right at the edge. But he didn't even build a mine. He just aged up with using the drop-off trick, and then he was getting wood very early, and it really worked. It really worked nice, and like, because if anyone does go for some sort of Dark Age rush or anything like that, it's absolutely wasted because you didn't build a mine anyway. Do you know what I mean? And you're already ahead even more because you've fucking already getting gold and getting wood and shit. So yeah, it was nice. Anyway, right. Lovely, nice little spot for a Med Gardens there, I would say. You're getting a lot of wood for that. That's quite a convenient Med Gardens, in my opinion, for the situation that he's in. He didn't really do a great job at scouting, I don't think, you know. But, you know, I don't think it mattered as much. Maybe because he knew he was getting aggressed on, you know, by Dark Age Spearman. So maybe he just accepted his fate with the Med Gardens. He could have got some stone as well, you know, but I think food's more valuable. Food and gold is more valuable than stone. I think double stone's pretty nice with Med Gardens. Double stone's quite nice because you can, you know, it's just double stone. It's a lot, it's more significant, isn't it? Because it sort of fits in nice with the timing of getting a second TC. One stone doesn't really do much other than give you stone to level up towers. Right, so now we're still gathering 5 food, which is pretty common now, and the rest is on wood because we must. Now he's probably building an archery range. I'm not sure. Could be an archery range. Could be a barracks because he can still get gold by doing the forced drop-off thing, which means he can produce gold units like Zhu and Palace Guards. Right, we've got 13 on wood. Pretty cool because we must at this stage. This is a very typical response to a tower rush. You know, get some Zhu to get him away from your Med Gardens. There you go. Just keep him there, nice, lovely. And we're getting a stable now. I think he still wants to go through with the Pro Scouts, but without getting any gold, I can't see how he's going to get Pro Scouts. You need 300 gold for that. Well, he's got a lot of wood that he's not using. A lot of people doing it. This has been the weirdest thing for me, looking at people with a shit ton of wood and they're not using it, you know? He's probably building up quite a lot of wood to maybe build a tower and on a different gold, yeah? Yeah, probably. You know, he's going to build a tower and a mine, yeah, and still gather gold. So we can get Pro Scouts probably.
Explore
just
new
ignore that
ways
other
to
gold.
tune into your music with Spotify
Because it kind of
Premium.
does make that tower
Smart
rush a little bit
shuffle
obsolete.
recommendations into your playlists
You know?
to show you new sounds. Or
It would be nice if that
music
guy
is shared
shut down the
experience
other
when you
gold,
host a
because
dinner where you and
he's
your
got a
friends
tower
compare
there.
songs
If he
and
upgrades
listen
that
together.
tower, the tower, that gold's shut down. I don't know why he didn't run over and shut down the other gold, you know, but I guess he didn't have the units for it, and he needs time for that. That's what you should do with like a longbow though, isn't it? Like if you're doing like longbow rush, you know, shut down the first gold, get a tower on it straight away, upgrade it, and then go straight to the other gold. You know, and now you are strangling them from gold. Do you know what I mean? Because shutting down one gold doesn't do that much, does it? If they just go over to another gold, you know? Nice little thing I think to keep in mind when you're doing these aggressive things. And yeah, that barracks there was pretty odd. Right, so 11 on food, 9 on wood, 5 on gold, but he's taking some away now. What's he building? I think he's investing in some feudal aggression here. Why? Why has he not decided to go for a fast castle? Why has he decided to invest in this feudal age? Does it make sense versus KT to be aggressive in the feudal age and maybe like stop them from building a fort or something? You know, I don't know. Where is KT's power spike? You know, do they get a good power spike in castle, or I don't know. Like, but anyway. He's not building a ram, which I would have done. I would have thought, oh no, I've got to build a ram, you know? I've got to build a ram. But he's just putting horsemen on the tower, which is good. You know, it isn't an upgraded tower. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know there's a certain amount of units that are required to knock down a tower, and he's probably around that number now, isn't he? You know, like 5 horsemen or whatever, and you can bring a tower down. Right, okay, their castle is really strong, yeah? Yeah, what, because of the fort things that they build, the keeps or whatever they are, the fort keeps or whatever they're called, forts, aren't they? So it kind of makes sense to fight in feudal age as Zhu Xi versus them because, yeah, I guess you've got quite a good feudal age as Zhu Xi, haven't you? You know, you've got Zhuge and Palace Guard, so you've got 2 unique, powerful units in the feudal age. The units you get from getting in castle, heavy spears or Genesis crossbowmen, yeah, both of them are pretty fucking devastating. The heavy spears certainly are. Because it kind of forces you into building crossbows, doesn't it? I'm not sure, but I think it kind of like forces you into building crossbowmen. And the heavy spearmen are quite a powerful counter to the night timing, I'm guessing. You know, like, I don't know. Like, I think maybe the KT heavy spearmen are quite a nice counter to the Zhu Xi night timing. It just doesn't, they don't go well together, do they? You know? Because then it gives the KT player an excuse to build them heavy spears. Maybe, I don't know. Do heavy spears counter knights? I don't know. And once they get the time to get sacred sites and forts, it's hard. Yeah. So it's probably good to invest in a feudal age. Like, I don't know why then. Why doesn't Knights Templar just go for fast castle? Yeah, why doesn't Knights Templar just go for fast castle then? You know, why is this other player investing in feudal? That's my question. Because this other player is obviously not shit, you know, he's obviously a good player. Like, why is he investing in feudal age versus Zhu Xi when he might have a better chance in castle age? Yeah, I think, okay, yeah, KT's got a good 2 TC, yeah, because it's the quickest in the game, right? Is that so? I don't know. Why is it the quickest in the game? Yeah, look, now we've got Palace Guard's Jugunu. You know, like, I'm not getting then why wouldn't, because I don't know KT, but my question here is, why is this Knights Templar player investing in a feudal war versus Zhu Xi when he doesn't really have the fucking skill? Like, I don't think that they're a good matchup, is it? I don't think it's a good matchup. Wouldn't it make more sense for him to go into Castle Age? But then Zhu Xi goes into Castle Age and, or maybe Zhu Xi attacks, I don't know. Like, because I'm not seeing any special units from this Knights Templar guy. I'm just seeing horsemen, spearmen, and archers. And do they get any bonuses in their feudal age? Oh no, look, they get men-at-arms as well. They get a men-at-arms as well. Okay. You know, what are the feudal age benefits of KT? Their late feudal can be strong because of the amount of wood units you can produce. Right, okay, I don't know. Well, oh yeah, because they don't do drop-off. They haven't got to do any travelling, have they, for their wood? You ain't got to build a lumber camp, and they haven't got to travel back and forth like these ones are. The wood is instant. You know, you haven't got to wait for any drop-offs to build things. Their wood is just constantly incoming, you know, so they've got very efficient, like incredibly efficient wood gathering, isn't it? The mechanic is that, isn't it? Like, it's just, yeah. They've got them, like, you can't get any more efficient wood gathering than what they get, you know? You don't need to drop off, and 20% of the wood they get is grabbed as food. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. And what effect does that have then? You know, that extra, the extra food. But you know, like, I still would kind of like to keep it, you know, like match up Zhu Xi specific in the video, you know, because at some point I'll probably do a KT learning sesh, you know, like I was thinking, like, you know, like match up wise, like what is, you know, like why is this guy wanting to fight Zhu Xi in feudal? If, like, because my novice mind thinks that Zhu Xi has got an advantage here because we've got Jugunu and Palace Guards, but this dude thinks it's sort of wise to get into a fight with Zhu Xi in feudal age. Like, why is that? But it looks like a Castle Age is about to come through, and Lash thinks it's worthwhile to go to Castle Age with Zhu Xi, which is why late feudal is strong. All the food from wood is being used to pump out archers. Oh yeah, yeah, KT has a strong archer game, don't they? If not the strongest. I think they've got one of the strongest archers just because of the fact of their eco and archer mass is just crazy combinationally good. Like, they go so well together, don't they? KT's eco and archers are like a match made in heaven, aren't they? So, what's he gone for? The Shaolin Monastery. Okay. I guess he doesn't need to mass produce loads of units really fast, and he wants the relics. And maybe Shaolin monks are going to be useful versus archers. I don't know though. I don't know the matchup too well. We're leveling up our Palace Guards. Is that because? Well, it's probably because we've got a lot of Palace Guards. What has this KT player built into? Has he gone? Yeah, he's got a lot of archers. He's gone quite heavily on the archers, which seems to be the main factor of this army. You know, it's the main reason why we're investing in this aggressive feudal age with KT, because we're taking advantage of their archers. Sushi is weird because you think you're in a feudal fight with them, then all of a sudden they can hit castle so quick. Yeah. And also the fact that their feudal army, they've got palace guards and if you're not careful, if you don't kill a lot of palace guards, they hit castle all of a sudden, and now they've got castle age palace guards, you know, which is pretty fucking strong. Which is basically what this Lash has done. He's invested in a feudal age war, got the palace guards, loads of them, hit castle age, went for the Shaolin Monastery so he could start getting relics pretty efficiently, I suppose. But, you know, he had the wood, I think. You know, he had the wood there to build a monastery. And, you know, maybe go for the Mount Lu. I don't know. I'm not one to criticise this Lash guy, because he's obviously better than me, but I personally would say that Shaolin Monastery choice might have been questionable, you know, like the Mount Lu, you know, but it's probably good reason as well. You know, it's hard to say, isn't it? Like the Shaolin Monastery is still a fine choice, it seems, but I don't know. It could be up for debate, I think, on whether you go for the Shaolin Monastery or the Mount Lu, because with the Mount Lu you get the bonus to supervising, you also get the extra IO, so it's like it's an eco boost, you know, versus you know, Shaolin monks. Oh, I love the palace guards. The Zhu Xi are slow, but the palace guards are fast. They kind of like balance each other out, you know, they balance each other out. I don't think many people have considered that. You know, everyone knows the Zhu Xi the palace guards are fast and the Zhu Xi are slow, but I don't know if people have actually considered the fact that they kind of like work together in that way. Like, I'm not sure if they work together, it just kind of like balances it. Like, we've got slower archers but faster men at arms. It's sort of like a, you know, and in the fights it kind of plays a factor. You know, like when you're like kiting and stuff and like we're retreating and the archers are shooting and all of that. The fact that the palace guards catch up quicker but the Zhu Xi are slower does play a factor in that back and forth kiting type of war thing. I'm not sure what it means. Like, I haven't fully explained it well. So what's going on here? We've got the relics, the Shaolin Monastery. Do you know what? That is one bonus as well, is with Zhu Xi, going for the Shaolin Monastery first is the natural choice with Zhu Xi, because, you know, if you go for the Mount Lu first, and let's say you get 3 relics, and then you go for the Shaolin Monastery, the Shaolin Monastery has 0 value, yeah, because you've already got the relics. So going for the Shaolin Monastery has now 0 value. You know, the only value it has is that it brings you into Yuan. But if you go for the Shaolin Monastery first, it has value, and then you go into the Mount Lu second, and the Mount Lu has value. You know, that's that. So in an ideal world, going for the Shaolin Monastery first is good, but a lot of people go for the Mount Lu because of the official inspections, or whatever it's called. The imperial inspections thing means you can spam knights like incredibly fast. So there's that. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, so, but, you know, so I guess him there going for the Shaolin Monastery was it, because he wasn't going to spam knights. You know, he wasn't going to just mass knights and go for that mad run. So getting the Shaolin Monastery so you can get all the relics quicker and guarantee that you get 3 relics at least is that's probably why he chose it. So I did question it. It was up for debate, but
Advertising on
I think it was the right choice from him.
Just write a script. Pick your background
What's the
music,
time? I mean, I'm going to do one more. I'm going to do one more.
It's that easy.
I'm not going to quit.
Learn more
I'm
at
good.
ads.spotify.com.
This is valuable work that I'm doing here.
Sometimes
Right,
creating
what
an ad
are
campaign
the,
can feel like you're talking on mute.
What
That's why
are...
there's Spotify's advertising. We'll help your business
What
turn up
maps
the
are
volume
there?
and reach an engaged
Hillendale,
audience
Rocky
that's
River,
ready to
Sunken
hear
Lands,
and
Carmel.
see
What
your
about
message.
Carmel? Let's go
Learn
for
more at
Carmel.
ads.spotify.com.
I don't think I've done Carmel. I haven't done Sea Anal, but we're not going to do water maps. I've actually forgotten what Carmel even is. This guy charges you for watching them. The Ottomans. Crackety. I think I might have watched that Ottoman one, I'm not sure. I wouldn't mind watching A House of Lancaster. Because, yeah, you know, you get a lot of House of Lancaster now, and they're quite unique. It would be nice to see how someone plays versus them. But, you know, I think I could make a series out of this. I think I'm doing God's work here. I feel like I'm putting in good work for the community here. I feel like I'm actually making content that's not just valuable, or like that's not just me playing ranked, trying to rank up. Instead, this is quite valuable for people to watch, you know, other than just me. You know, it's quite valuable work. And it's a lot of theory, isn't it? We're doing theory now, you know. But playing online is quite a lot of practice, which is good. Combination between theory and practice. And this is theory. So anyway, Give You Anxiety has gone over onto the deer, which is I used to have a coach, and you know, my coach advised me against it because the drop-off rate is less, which means you get less taxes, because it ain't about the food, it's about how many times they drop off, right? So yeah, my coach advised against that. But anyway, he's been sitting at $213 for a long time. And this is against the House of Lancaster. A lot of small sheep groups I'm noticing. You know, just 3 sheep here, just fucking 3 sheep there. Well, there's more sheep there, but you know, smaller deer groups is what I was trying to say. Carmel, I can't really envision what the map looks like right now, so it's going to be good to sort of learn the map and stuff like that as well, because I don't know the maps too well, you know. It's kind of a weird thing actually, like, when I think about it, like, do you know when you think of like pro players on any game, like when you think of like pro Call of Duty players, they always know the map, and it's something that I kind of always never really think about, you know, like knowing the map, you know, as how valuable is it, you know, like to know the map. And I think it's quite valuable. Like, know your surroundings, innit? You know, like knowing your surroundings. Yeah. Right. Nice little safe med gardens. Wonder why I done that. Is it because a lot of the time House of Lancaster open with a Spearman Rush? Yeah, I think because House of Lancaster liked to open with a Spearman Rush and there was a scout nearby. I think maybe that is why he chose a safe med gardens, because I think on this map there is some pretty juicy med gardens. If I can think. Wait bro, are you a pro? Get ignored. Get denied. Oh no, okay. No, no money in game, just a waste of time. He could have pushed them deer in a bit more, couldn't he? But yes, I think if memory serves, I think this is the map that has really good med gardens, but it might be a different map, it might be the other one. So we're getting an archery range. I thought I've seen you somewhere on YouTube. Okay. Why did he go for an archery range? Like, I don't think he's seen anything yet. Like, he hasn't seen any units or anything like that. I don't know why we've got an archery range. House of Lancaster, you know. Yeah, don't know. We haven't seen no spearmen or anything. These Zhuge aren't doing anything. Why are they there? Like, it's hard to really figure out how to play against the House of Lancaster, I think. Because, you know, I think you got to, like, see how many manas they're making or something like that. I think you got to know if they're making 3, 6 or 9 manas. But that's quite hard, isn't it? He's building quite a lot of Zhuge. I'm guessing he's just planning an all-in then. He's planning feudal aggression. That's why we're getting the archery range blind. That's why we're getting a blind archery range and a blind barracks, is because we're going for an all-in. So basically, it seems like without any scouting, he's just deciding to go aggressive versus a House of Lancaster player. Maybe he caught a glimpse of the what landmark he went. Maybe because look, he went for the whatever that landmark's called, the Lancaster Castle or something like that. Like, I think when you see that, it probably means they're not going maybe aggressive. You know, like, because if you see the other one, you got the lords and all that shit, you know. But I don't know. Maybe he didn't see that. Maybe you can just commit to aggression versus. But look, he's not. He's macroed for castle, but he's got some units there. Like, is this a misplay? Is this just him not being super sharp here? You know, is this him not playing perfectly? He's going pro scouts. Yeah, so he's gone for pro scouts, and now he's macroed for a castle age with some units. Weird, you know. That's kind of weird. Because we can't assume that every game we watch is them playing it perfectly. You know, they might be like, you know. Because he's not under attack. He didn't scout anything. There was no reason to build his army. And he's not exactly going for an all-in, because he's going for a castle age. So he's got some spears, some Zhuge. You know, he's going for Mount Lu as well, which I kind of get, because, yeah, he might want to take advantage of the IO bonus, you know. It's kind of odd, isn't it? It's a little bit like stretched thin, you know, like it's hard to say what he's doing. Why is he building Zhuge and a little mini army there, even though he's going into Castle Age? Maybe it all makes sense, but at the moment it doesn't. To me, anyway. Right, so we've only got 2 IOs. He's going for the inspection thing. So, what's he doing now? He's still pro scouting. Pro scout has been untouched, you know, and every time you leave Zhu Xi with an untouched pro scout, you've got a big timing attack on its way, and it's very potent and it's very strong. You know, I think attacking Zhu Xi's pro scouts is quite important. I might be wrong, I don't know, but yeah, every time I've seen a Zhu Xi pro scout untouched, it's been quite brutal. Because now he can just spam knights like crazy. I don't get what that little mini army's about though. It seemed unnecessary. Maybe it's just because he didn't scout or something. It definitely was unnecessary. I'm not wrong. It was a weird little army. It didn't need to be there. Maybe it was just to defend the pro scouts in case, but that's usually not how it should be, you know? You usually respond or react. You don't want to do that, you know? Because it's kind of like a waste. And it's delayed him and stuff. Yep, we're getting dally horses, we're getting the upgrades. We're still getting all the deer. It feels like he's more prioritising deer over relics here. I'm not seeing much relic action. I'm seeing more pro scouts. We're focused on the deer. The knights are coming. We've got dally horses. We've got the arrow defense, and it's Scuba Steve. We're Scuba Steve right now.
Fan armies
We're
have
diving.
squad goals, but you have ad goals. Spotify's ads manager lets you
Just feels like this
choose
this
that works
classic
best for your
Zhu Xi
business.
thing that you're going to
However
see a lot
optimize your
of, you know.
campaign, advertising
Dive.
on Spotify is a choice any
The
squad can
demi
get
lancers are
behind.
out.
Learn more at ads.spotify.com.
We're getting a lot of idle time.
Fan armies have squad goals, but you have ad
Getting
goals.
some value out of
Spotify's ads
that little
manager
army
lets you
there,
choose
but
the
it's still
objective that
wrong.
works best for your business. However you optimize your campaign, advertising on Spotify is a choice any squad can get behind. Learn more at ads.spotify.com.
I don't know, I feel like maybe Give You Anxiety's not playing at his best right now. You know, I get that feeling. Because I feel like he's not getting much use out of his units. He's kind of like idling them in a way. You know, I get that them crap units are good to just defend, you know, but I guess that might be why. Because the Demi Lancers, that might be why. You know, but then why the Zhuganoo? You know, wouldn't spears do a good enough job, you know? Nice village. I guess he's kind of distracting the Demi Lancers right now so he can continue his pro scouting adventure. We've got another dive. He's interrupting the manors. The manors are actually taking quite a while to build, you know. All this House of Lancaster players got is really his Demi Lancers and a few men at arms. Because that white tower doesn't do anything really, does it? It doesn't produce. Oh no, wait, he's got units that aren't defending very well. Nice pickoffs. Is that some horsemen? Right, horsemen. I think that's because he saw a lot of crossbows and stuff like that. So what's he got? The opponent's got quite a lot of crossbows, I think, because of the knights. We've got crossbows there. I think we've got Zhuge there. We've got a lot of Earl's Guards on the opponent. No spear. I think we've got crossbows, yeah. Not a great game, I don't think. Feels a little sloppy, I would say. We're upgrading some Zhuge. I kind of don't fully get the value of Zhuge, because in my mind I think, you know, you don't want Zhuge in Castle Age, but then I don't quite know, you know, like, because Zhuge get a Castle Age upgrade in Castle Age, which gives them an extended range and a bit bonus damage versus light armoured units, but the range is the most important thing because it makes the range the same as archers. So they're like better than archers in the Castle Age still, you know. But hard to say. I think it depends on your opponent's comp. If they've going like mass knights or something, you know, and like mass men at arms, then you probably don't want to go for Zhuge. But if they're like putting quite a lot of spears into the mix with that clip thing that he just brought there, extended magazines or whatever, you know, if they've got quite a lot of spearmen to try and kill your knights, then the Zhuge are going to do a good job. They are the correct counter. So you can go like knight Zhuge, you know, to deal with if they've got a lot of spears. Especially with the extended clip, because it gives them more range and bonus damage, so they will kill spears very quickly. A lot quicker than archers. This is nice. Sent quite a decent raid force to start torching down manors. Quite an interesting attack. Not something I would have done. You know, I never thought about that. You know, sending against House of Lancaster, if you know their army's not at home, you know, sending a decent little group of horsemen to try and destroy their manors and stuff was quite good. Right, he's got some horsemen, I think, maybe checking the food sources of the opponent to see if he's on deer or something like that, you know. And I think this map Carmel there's a lot of deer. I think there's a shitload of deer on this map. So pretty good for Zhu Xi in terms of food. It doesn't look like there's a lot of gold. It looks like the gold veins are pretty small, and I don't see any big ones anywhere. Might be like one or something, I don't know. He's now using his little raiding forces to just check all of the area for where he's gathering, because I'm guessing at this particular timing of the game, maybe House of Lancaster leaves the base and starts doing something. We've got a lot of different groups of units attacking in from different angles. Yeah, this is cool. We've got a lot of horsemen, and I think Zhugenau. Is that because the opponent's gone for yeomen and maybe spearmen? I don't know. To deal with all the horsemen, yeah, I guess. And you've just got some crossbows mixed in there to deal with the Earl's guards. It's all in retaliation to what the opponent's doing. It's quite like a fine art, really. Quite a nuanced thing to stay on top of the opponent's comp and correctly having the correct amount of units to counter. It's quite a nuance, quite you know, just quite a delicate little finite thing. I don't know how to explain it. This guy split his base in half. I don't know why he's done that. He's got a white tower. I guess it's to, oh yeah, it's for the big gold. He put the white tower on the big gold and he's building things around it. Quite good as it goes, but it also leaves his manners a bit vulnerable. Oh, please tell me I've got some of that tea left. Oh, I've got such a dry mouth. He's out on the other resources. Hasn't towered, which is probably wrong. You know, because a few hoblars would cause some damage. And now he's got control a bit here, and now he's just going to ram down these manors. So at this stage of the game, attacking manors is pretty important still. Like, he isn't going for TC, he isn't looking to kill villagers, he's looking to get rid of these manors. Nice, he got rid of the mango. Oh no, he didn't. This is quite brutal here. Yeah, that's devastating. I think that geezer went wrong by splitting his army up, putting all his production buildings over there, splitting the city in half. But I can feel that I'm at the end now of my thing because it's so dry. I feel dry, everything feels dry. I hope that was a valuable video. If to anyone who's watching this, you know, it's been a good video. Yeah, if anyone's still watching, if anyone's still there, see you later. Thanks for being here in the chat. If anyone is still there, yeah, I hope we all learned something today. We probably have. You know, it's just that putting in that work, you know, like that study work, and it will all show up later on. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking forward to my next games. I imagine I'm going to be a bit more savvy. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to end it with an ending video. See you all in the next one. Peace.
upon the world, and the sun rises slowly from low in the east like it should, and a million stars spinning out on the edge of the Milky Way. 10,000 light years from Earth as I look back in